So,
And we are live. Hello. This isn't Mass Effect.
No, it's not. Well, I mean, we're still technically gonna maybe end up on a ship, right?
God, I hope so. I mean,
I hope
if you
so.
guys like refuse to set sail out onto the ocean, it kind of like defeats the whole purpose of this game and the makeup of the land around you.
No
We're just
ships
gonna live on this
allowed.
island.
No
No
ships,
ships
We're
allowed
still
in
live on
this
this
high
island.
seas game.
no ships allowed. Everybody is aquaphobic.
We're just
But
gonna be
yeah,
farmers.
yeah, just gonna be farmers. Oh, yes, I'm not wearing a hat. I mean, no need to anymore.
Okay.
Like normally I don't
Anymore.
unless it's getting on to be like, the 6-month time period in between haircuts. There's honestly no need to wear it.
Something I'm gonna have to get used to.
Right?
It's weird.
Change is scary. I'm not okay with this.
Yeah, well, we'll just get I'll just make everything fluffy hair gamer boyfriend. Hi, Cass. I'll just have to make everything else in the game a little more familiar with people dying and hags.
No, I've had enough of dying. No
Hey,
more.
stop touching stuff.
You do it to yourself. Stop
No.
touching shit, man.
Don't tell me what to do.
Fine, I will. Well, welcome everyone to episode 1 of Tricorn Isles, a brand new game here that we're going to be doing. It's going to be alternating Mondays with Mass Effect. So sometimes you'll get the space hobos and other times you'll get the sea hobos. But this is pretty much, I don't know what those alerts are doing.
Oh, you have
There
to
we
have
go.
the alert in front of. There you go.
I thought I did. I'm like,
uh,
okay, we're just threading it between the cameras now. But yeah, so the whole Tricorn Isles thing started off as a little arc in campaign 1, and it was something that both HB Fox and I wanted to return to at some point in time, and we never really pulled the trigger on it for the longest time, either because we had other shows or we didn't know if people were going to be able to commit. There were people who absolutely wanted to play in this Zorro, so we had to figure out how all this would work, but here we are.
You had me at pirate.
What's that?
You had me at pirate.
I mean, that's all I had to say was like, yeah, we're gonna be pirates, and then just slight threats of using the One Piece rap as the intro music, but we don't want to be DMCA'd.
I mean, you didn't even have to twist my arm. Just adding the threat, just awful. Awful.
So we are just going to kick this right off. What I need from all of you is I need stealth rolls right off the bat.
Let's go. I lost my character sheet already. Starting off great.
Which dice do I want to use for her? I haven't decided yet.
So as you are rolling this, I'll set up the scene for you.
I love the music.
You are all hunkered down in the top loft of a storage warehouse, cuddled together behind numerous crates of exported jewels and jewelry. Below you, you can see fate lantern light scattered about the floors, propped up against the various crates. Couple bodies walking through, doing what looks to be guard rounds, but they're avoiding the center where a long table has been set up. Around this table are crates that don't seem to belong with the rest of the merchandise in this warehouse. A strange emblem stamped onto the side, each side of them, but you're unable to make it out from where you were at. Around the table on one side are a couple people dressed in a more seafaring attire, all of them with these long brown coats and these with this red trim around the side. A kraken with 3 eyes emblazoned on the collar of each one of their coats. Their leader seemingly sitting at the table across from an individual that you can't see any features of. Dressed in a long, dark, like almost as if they're wearing shadows, this long flowing cloak wrapped around their body completely up in the collar is cutting off the bridge of their nose and downward. On their head is a very well-fitted black tricorn hat, hiding any sorts of identifiable features from them. The 2 gentlemen on either side of the table seem to be staring one another down. As you've been up here in these rafters, neither one of them has said a word to each other. Though every now and then, another person dressed almost identically to the man in like the shadow cloak bring in more and more crates and stack them along the table. You are here sort of at the invite of you, Rory. You got a missive a couple nights ago informing you that a certain illegal arms deal was to be going down tonight at a rather unsuspecting warehouse, one belonging to the Goldspar Metalworks. You were asked to only observe, not to interact, not to interfere, but due to the nature of the rumors surrounding this deal, it was suggested to you that you pick up some hired muscle. And that's where your crew comes in. So, Rory, starting off with you, why don't you give everyone a little description of what you look like tonight?
Okay. Tonight Rory is dressed in some borrowed but cleaned and kind of pressed and made to look nice, some sort of military outfits, the one that would maybe a lower ranking officer would wear, correct? If I remember
Yes.
correctly. Yeah.
Like what the uniform that you are wearing is that of an ensign.
An ensign?
Yes.
Okay. For the local kind of like, what does the militia have like a name? Do they?
Most of the locals just know them as the Tide Light Guard.
Tide Light Guard? Okay,
Yes.
so it's a Tide Light Guard ensign's outfit. And she has her hair kind of pulled, but she's got normally short, like kind of like my hair, sort of short dark brown hair that she can do in various things. And right now she has it kind of pulled up into a ponytail, and she's got a hat on that's sort of like a smaller tricorn hat, but it's like just a smaller, kind of more sailor-esque, with the military like flair to it. It's like, I don't know how to describe it, but you know, like where they have like the different color along the edges, you know, there's usually like a golder color and like navy blue. And she has a rapier at her waist, And she's probably left her loot behind for now, for this particular outfit. And she's got a bag across her back as well that she has a few supplies in. And she is a human, of sort of average height, average build. She's got a pleasant face. It's symmetrical. If she'd put some effort into it, she could be, considered quite lovely. But right now, she's got no makeup on and sort of a plain, like, more stern expression, like business expression on her face. No jewelry, and has bound her breasts back to have more of a male, like a slender male's physique in this particular outfit. But if you get, you're up close enough, you can kind of see that she does have feminine features. But from farther away, or if you're not looking too closely, you can potentially be perceived as a male officer. But yeah, generally she has an unremarkable bearing to her on purpose, that she can kind of fit whatever outfit and situation she needs to. But that's currently what her guise is, and her gait. She's sort of mastered a bit of she's studied the way that the guardsmen and the Tidelight Guard kind of walk, and the sort of a prudent stride, purposeful. And so she's kind of mimicking that walk with her whenever she kind of moves, and is holding herself in sort of more of a rigid and upright, uptight sort of militaristic form, just kind of taking on this persona. And she's got high boots on that reach just below her knees, to kind of finish the outfit on. It's like military-esque boots. And I think that's about it.
And what was your stealth roll?
My stealth roll was a 17.
17. So, Rory, as you look down into the scene below, it looks like it's starting to, whatever meeting was set up was starting to take place, as both gentlemen finally shake hands as cups of brandy are poured for the both of them. As one of the individuals attending the meeting picks up this large crate and puts it down onto the table and pops it open. And as they set it aside, there you see a row from the cracks in the loft where you're peering down. You see these large onyx-like cannonballs. But as the light hits them, you notice that there are a few strange markings running across the cannonballs themselves.
Can I do an Arcana check on that?
Yes, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
It's only a 12.
Okay. From where you're situated right now, you can't really get the greatest look at whatever markings have been put on these balls. Though if you'd like, you can instruct the group of muscle that you have brought along with you to move out along the loft to see if they can't get a better look themselves.
As I quietly signal to them.
Do any of us understand hand signals? It's a constant point of debate in our campaigns.
I'm gonna say that most of you have spent either spent time on a ship or spent time working on the docks to where things get a bit loud, so you do know the common can't.
So I guess if we spot the hand signals, I'd certainly try my best to follow them.
All right, so Shara, why don't you go ahead and describe your character, where you're moving to on the loft, and then go ahead and give me your stealth roll.
I'm really trying to picture my character creeping around in some rafters, and I
Yeah,
can't
you've got
see anything other than comedy.
you've got to bend down pretty low to not like slam your head against the uprights of the rafters themselves.
So I am, as I'm sure people have put together at this point, a very tall, a Carl, a shark-type person. I am 10'4", and the weight of me matches that, and I am just like pure muscle from head to toe, and not afraid to show it off with what I'm wearing either. Being a barbarian, I don't have to wear armor or anything, so I'm basically just in like a dark green, almost like bikini type thing, except it's got a crop top instead of a smaller piece, and it's made of a material that almost resembles like wetsuit material, ready to just dive into the water at any point. I have very, very loud pink hair atop my head, and it's very awkward watching me try to scurry about in this loft area. I've got a large great axe strapped to my back, not wearing shoes or anything, because I don't really need to. It's very awkward to get claws into shoes. Don't judge me. And as I kind of creep and crawl my way further forward, kind of as directly atop this crate as I can get, I'm not doing a very good job, because I only rolled an 11.
An 11, okay. So you slowly begin to creep along the upper boards of the loft, separating yourself from the collective group, trying to see if you can't get a better angle on the table. And every now and then there's just a very dull thunk as the end of your great axe kind of slaps against the crossbeams of the rafters, though it doesn't seem like anybody below has noticed, or if they have, they're not really caring at the moment. Everyone's attention seems to be going on the deal below. But as you reposition yourself, you're able to get a different look at the table itself, if there's any sort of check you would like to make at this point in time.
Now that I'm here, I'm realizing I was probably very much the wrong person to come over here and look. I guess I'll like, I can clearly see there's runes or something engraved on these cannonballs, right?
Yeah, it almost looks like as if they've been engraved with like they've been marked with some sort of chalk.
Okay, I'm gonna do a history check. Maybe I have encountered something vaguely similar to these runes, not necessarily knowing what they are, but having seen something arcane in nature on a different crate that I moved one day on the docks, or seen on a book in the window of a shop or something like that.
All right, you could definitely do that.
No, that's a 2.
A 2. They look like cannonballs and somebody just colored on them. Like you have a clear shot down, and it just looks like somebody got bored and started drawing just weird squiggles on them.
I kind of lean down as close to them as I can without like poking my nose out into visible space, and I'm squinting my eyes and clenching my teeth, and after a minute of that I just kind of lean back and look over at the rest of the group and just like, no, I don't know what they are, type of thing.
As the rather large Carl kind of shrugs back to the rest of the group, giving you that like, I don't know. Is there anything anyone else wants to do moving around the top, or are you just waiting to see how things play out?
I think I would try to take a look to examine the cannonballs just a little bit, just to kind of figure out what they are. Maybe there's a certain trademark I recognize.
Okay, are you spreading out from the group as well, following Rory's instructions, or are you hanging back with the group?
So I'll pretty much listen to what like Rory said and just kind of get a little bit closer, just kind of look.
So, go ahead and give a little description of Jenka here.
So, my character has kind of a grayish blue skin. She is a sea elf, so she's got of course, the traditional elf ears and everything like that. Because she is a sea elf, she has what looks like it looks like scales, but very, very tiny, as they kind of glisten in certain spots, almost like a pattern on her skin. She has her long aquamarine hair tied in a braid. She has a corset that kind of opens up pretty low, with her whole right arm is completely covered, as it's kind of black and blue colors. She's got a little bit of a side tail going on for the tail coats, but of course symmetrically down the side. They're kind of going off at an angle. She's got like thigh-high stockings, but think kind of chaps style, as they're not like actual stockings as far as like how they look traditionally. And then of course we've got the folded over traditional pirate boots with adorned in certain type of gold jewelry here and there throughout, like on her earrings, her necklace, with a very unique symbol on it. And on her sides are two short swords that are adorned in the similar gold and maroon colors on the side. And then, of course, she's got a little black headband piece on the top, some shorts and some double belts. So she... Oh, and her eyes are completely black with just the blue for the pupils. So, she tries to kind of move a little bit closer, very carefully and cautiously, and try to get a closer look and see what this is after the Carl just went,
And what was your stealth roll? 21. Nice. Okay, so you position yourself like opposite where Shara went. So
yes.
The two of you are like on the same beam, but while she's at like the north, you're at the south. And again, you're able to get like a direct angular view down into this box. And you can see again the cannonballs with like these chalk markings marked running along the outside of them.
And what role would I need to see if I can recognize?
What role would you like to do?
If it looks like an insignia, I would say probably try to do like a history check to see if it's maybe part of a company or some sort of group that I've seen before, because if it looks like chalk, I wouldn't think it's arcane in nature, more of just almost like a stamp, like this is ours.
Go ahead and give me a history check.
Okay. Okay, not terrible. That is a 16.
16. Well, you're right. It is definitely some sort of company marking. Though You know it from somewhere, you just can't put your finger on it. You've seen this once or twice in altercations that you've had with other ships. Though you necessarily can't put your finger directly on the name of the company. You know it's from a company outside of the storm.
Okay.
These are imported cannonballs.
Okay. She's gonna kind of just look at the Hikaru and just kind of shake her head, like, "Come on, like, how did you not know?"
And as you shake your head, the clouded gentleman stands up and picks one of the cannonballs up and places them on the table. Now, as you can see here, this is another fine piece of work from the Rotund Ironworks, from our friends in good old Arcastus. This sort of iron here, well, it normally packs a good punch just loading into your traditional cannons and firing away. It's got that arcane resilience to it if you want one of your more arcane entombed friends to put a little enchantment on it, give it a little more oomph. We've got 4 or 5 crates here, as you've asked, as well as a couple of motions over, and another gentleman walks out of the shadows and lays down a rifle made of like a black, like made of like what looks to be like oak, but just like completely black. Various markings running around the barrel itself. It looks to be that of a black powder rifle. Single shot. So something catches your eye, as this rifle, for all intents and purposes, should be smoothbore. But as they're like moving it, you get just a direct sight down the barrel for a brief moment, and you can see that the inside of this barrel has just been meticulously worked. Now this here, this we can thank a good old rattling captain. Something of her personal design. These beauties here.
Say rattling.
Rattling.
Okay.
This right here fires a special cartridge.
Okay.
These cartridges don't miss, let's say. If it leaves the barrel, it's going to hit someone. As he reaches into a small bag on his hip and he pulls out the small ball of iron. These here will ricochet until they touch flesh. And when I mean until they touch flesh, they will keep going until they touch flesh. We have brought 3 of these for you today, as well as 150 rounds of these little, what do you call them? Ping pong balls.
So 3 rifles is what he's referring to.
3
and then
rifles and 150 of those iron balls.
Okay.
Cat is crying at the door. Cannonball, at this point in time, is there anything that you want to do from where you are standing?
So I'm still with the group right now, correct?
You haven't separated from the group, from like the collective group itself just yet. But the appearance of this rifle has certainly piqued your interest.
Yes, quite a bit. So, quick introduction for Cannonball. He is humanoid in appearance. We have about 6'3" tall, white-haired. It's pulled in a ponytail. He's dressed in clothing that have clearly seen better days, so the color is kind of faded beyond recognition, but it was clearly once a sailor's outfit of some kind. He has pale, sickly green runes that are etched across his skin, and they contrast with with gray bluish eyes, if that tells you anything. He's got a simple club hanging from his belt right now. And you can also see a few knickknacks, like a steel container that looks almost like a jar, also hanging from said belt, along with, on the other hip, what looks like a tome that has maybe a few tentacles squiggling across it. Speaking of tentacles, actually, you have a few of them also off of his forehead that are kind of knotted together in some form of a wreath or crown on his forehead, if that tells you anything. That being said, yeah, if he's seen that rifle at this point, he's going to, definitely want to inch forward a little bit and, probably take a look and see a little bit more as to what's going on down there as far as, those cannonballs specifically as well. Definitely.
Okay, go ahead and, what kind of skill check you want to do for this one? Oh, and what was your stealth roll?
The stealth roll was a 14.
14, okay.
For checking the stuff here, check real quick. We are going to be doing a... You know what? Let's try an Arcana check if that's all the same. I want to see. If
you most definitely can do an Arcana check.
Yeah, we want to see if there's anything enchanted on that thing. Unfortunately, that is a 6, so I don't think we're going to have any idea as to what's been done to these things.
You stare at those cannonballs, trying to get any sort of read from them, and you just figure you don't necessarily get any feeling whatsoever, though you did hear the gentleman say that they were able to be imbued with magic. So in your time, in your experiences in the past, normally when you do a trade or you do an arms deal or whatnot, you don't, give the goods preloaded to the potential buyer.
Makes sense. Well, at this point I would probably look back towards the group, and they would probably be able to witness a very excited smile creeping across Cannonball's face here. And he's visibly holding back from exclaiming himself verbally.
Now,
I was gonna say Rory probably would see you like maybe kind of wanting to say something, and she'd be like,
for the piece that you've been waiting for, as you hear just these large wheels begin rolling out from like a dark corner of the warehouse, is just this giant black cannon with this golden inlay that sort of circles around the opening of the barrel and spreads out along the entirety of the cannon, almost as if it were mimicking kraken tentacles. Now, I know you said you wanted more than one, but these are very rare to come by. Though Our Lady has been given the okay to part with this one. If you're interested, happy with this one cannon, we could put in future orders for you. Now, I don't have to give you a rundown of what this does. The Black Death is something that is known to many seafaring people out there. One of these is definitely strong enough to sink a flagship in a single shot. And as he says that, you those of you who have like moved away from the group themselves notice that the gentleman on the other end has now this big smile, like it just exposing a mouth of like black crooked teeth. And he just begins to like bridge his fingers and drum. Now I take it from that expression on your happy little face that you agree with what we brought you today. And the gentleman nods, and he reaches in to a coat pocket and he brings up a small ruby that he like pulls down a scarf around his neck, and he slots the ruby in an opening in his throat.
And this is the guy with the hot, like the big hat and the high collar with the
No,
kraken?
no, this is the other gentleman. This is the gentleman that's in like the blue, like the brown coat with the red trim.
Okay. So the ones that are bringing the crates out and the guy talking about
Yeah, that's the gentleman in the like the like high collar black cloak with the tricorn hat that's like hiding his features.
And are his people the ones with the kraken symbol on it, or is that the buyers?
That's
people?
the buyers. The three-eyed
Okay.
kraken is on the buyer's side.
So there's no like insignia that we see on this other guy other than
They
have
are
red trim.
just all black cloaks and everything. Nothing that gives away who they represent.
And they're black cloaks, red trim.
No,
Okay.
black. No, it's just solid black.
Just solid black.
Solid black. They just. It looks like they just decided to be the edgiest of edgy boys today.
Okay.
As he
Have I caught any names at all? During
no
this
names have been traded yet.
Okay.
As he slots the ruby into his neck, Pearl, you notice like something flashes in your mind. That ruby is something that your family makes, specifically to be enchanted with the power of speech, to give those who have lost the ability to talk. As he slots it in, soft golden runes begin to go around his neck. At this point in time, Pearl, is there anything you would like to do?
Okay. For Pearl, this whole scenario is a little bit surreal. She can't believe all of this is happening in her grandparents' warehouse. And although the cannonballs and the fact that they were onyx caught her attention, the ruby has just kind of taken her focus completely. It's sort of so how is this person tied? How do they come by this? I must know them, or my family knows them. So she will kind of, without saying anything, she will look over to Rory, because she hasn't moved away, and probably tug at the bottom of her coat to get her attention, and then point to the throat and point to the ruby, and kind of do something to indicate that she knows about this ruby. So I would like to do some kind of roll to see if I can, perhaps perception, to see if I can either identify the gentleman or ascertain more about the gem.
Okay. So before you do that, can you give us a little description of what Pearl looks like and what they are wearing?
Okay, so
And
the
I need,
reason
sorry, I also need your stealth roll.
my stealth was 15.
Nice.
And the reason she's tugging at the bottom of Rory's coat is because she is gnomish in form and she's about 3'4", very tiny. She wears thigh-high, high-heeled boots because she's a little self-conscious about the fact that she's only 3'4", and she has an outfit on that would be typical of someone who was a merchant working on a merchant ship. Um, Certainly not a captain or any officer, but not exactly like a deckhand either. Someone who is there, is perhaps organizing, getting shipments off and on the boat. Sort of like a purser would be the kind of role she would have. Her outfit would be in sort of greenish tones, trimmed in brassy sort of orange colors. She is herself kind of a sort of a seafoam green color, and her hair is very long and looks like seagrass and kind of floats um, as she moves around, even though she's not in the ocean. She has very, very blue eyes, and she is in fact a water genasi in gnomish form. So her grandparents, her mother's parents, own the uh, Gold Spar Metalworks, and this is one of their warehouses. And they also have ships, and she has been going out on the ships in the capacity of a purser. She didn't quite ever grasp how to be a very good goldsmith or jeweler herself. But she did spend, because of that, she spent her youth a lot of times, staying out of everyone's way. She spent a lot of time in the neighboring woods and forests. So you'll notice that she carries a quite an ornate wooden staff. It's got a pearl in it, and it has some very nice seaweeds and little starfish and seahorses, not real ones, but carved ones out of ivory or another gem, like a bone or something like that, and those are hanging from the handle of her staff. So I would like a perception roll then, I think, if that would be acceptable.
You can do perception or history.
I would prefer perception.
Okay.
Oh, and that's going to be a 25.
Nice. So you sit there and you stare intently at this ruby as it clicks into place in the gentleman's neck and the runes begin to come alive. And while you yourself are not well versed in the jewel crafting, something about this gentleman reminds you of a story that you had recently heard from one of the workers in your grandparents' shop. One of the captains, not necessarily well known, more of the pirating sorts, had an unfortunate injury on one of their recent outings. He caught a blade directly to the throat, and it completely destroyed their voice box, leaving them unable to speak. He was willing to pay quite a bit of money in order to regain some sense of physical speech, and your grandparents' metalworks happily, very happily, indeed, took the job and fashioned this ruby for him. You said there was a perception of 23?
25,
Of
actually.
25. So
19 on the dice and 6 perception.
So the combination of the ruby in his neck, his black teeth, and the getup that he is wearing, you know this man's name. This is Captain Nathaniel Rothurst. He captains a small group of pirates who very proudly call themselves the Three-Eyed Kraken. Though, with all their pride, they are rather small players in the piracy game around the Isles. They're still at times a force to deal with if you run across them or if they get the jump on you, but not as famous as some of the other organizations out there. Most of the pirates in the crew don't even have wanted posters, which they take as a slight to their honor. But as you stare at Captain Rothurst, he slowly stands up, his large frame coming into view as he rests his hands on the pommel of his sword. Well, now, it seems like you've done us a favor. Delivered exactly what you said you would. Now, the agreed upon gold was 15,000, correct? And the shrouded gentleman gives a nod. 15,000 to be delivered upon delivery of the goods. And Rodhurst nods. He kind of turns back to his end of the warehouse and he motions forward. You begin to hear multiple pairs of feet carrying something heavy as a large chest comes into view and is hoisted up onto the table. And he opens up the chest itself and you just see it's just almost spilling over with gold coins.
My eyes just go wide.
Yeah, this is probably the most amount of money a lot of you have ever seen.
Okay. The last thing I would like to do is I'm going to tug on Rory's coat one more time and make her hopefully understand that I know who the gentleman with the ruby throat is.
I can see she's trying to tell me something. I may not pick up
Well,
exactly what it is, but
I just don't want to. I want to be quiet.
yeah, Rory's just gonna motion to you, be like,
go ahead and give me both of you, Rory, give me a wisdom check.
okay.
And
you want insight or just straight up wisdom?
Wisdom. And then Pearl, give me a performance check.
I kind of
Ooh.
wish I'd got this on a different roll, but I got a Kraken. I got a nat
Nice.
20.
Nice.
Kind of wish I was on something else, but
Kraken for your Kraken.
yeah, so that'll be a
Okay,
total.
so actually I will get a 12.
It'll
Okay.
be 21
So
total for me.
you message as best you can with your hands to Rory. And Rory, you pick up every word. You could see there's a bit of an excitement in Pearl's hands, and it's like it's kind of running together like a run-on sentence, but you're able to get the gist of everything she says.
They like indicate like good work. Like quiet for now.
And while this is happening and like everybody's eyes are locked on the gold, is it Murier or how do you say you're muted? Muir. Your eyes catch something creeping along the outside, like the outside walls of the warehouse on the Ruby Captain's side. As you begin to see more and more figures in the shadows slipping out, slowly drawing pistols and blades. Can you give us a little description of what your character looks like?
I can. So Muir is a very small Herongon, standing 3'5". Currently, he is only wearing fairly loose-fitting pants that you'd find normally on workers around the docks and such, and on his upper body is only wearing a harness for no other purpose than carrying weaponry. Outside of that, he is a very soft gray with brown patches over his eyes and on the tips of his ears, as well as very piercing bright blue eyes.
What is your stealth roll, by the way?
22.
Damn, that is a quiet bunny.
Padded feet, sir.
This is true.
See what you did there.
So as you see these individuals like lurking in the shadows, is there anything you want to do?
I am going to very softly hop up behind Shara and just very lightly tap with a paw on her shoulder and point. At the same time as I pass by Cannonball, I'm going to do the same.
I see what's being pointed at.
Give me a perception roll with advantage.
Myself or Muir? Muir, sorry.
Both Shara and Cannonball.
Gotcha.
17.
17, nice.
Is a 17 as well, actually.
Okay, so the two of you, like as Muir points out the individuals creeping out in the corner, you can see for a brief moment, like as one of them kind of steps in to just a sliver of the lantern light, that there are more individuals in those three-eyed kraken get-ups.
I'd like to actually signal that to Rory and to the others in one way, shape, or form.
Okay. So everyone else can go ahead and give me perception rolls with advantage.
Thank God, with advantage. 19.
22.
All of us?
Yeah,
And with advantage?
with advantage. Yeah, perception rolls with advantage.
That would be a 22 for me.
Dang. Everybody here eagle-eyed. So like cannonball motions over to all of you, and you look down, angling yourselves with the cracks of the floorboards, and you can see about 5 on each side more three-eyed kraken pirates just beginning to loom closer and closer to the meeting point. And as the shadowed individual walks up and places his hand on the coin, and he just takes a handful of them and weighs them, there's a slight pause, and he throws the coins back into the chest. You honestly play me for a fool. Bring us a chest of counterfeit gold. And the
Can I indicate to the group, because I immediately know the shit's about to go down.
I think
Like,
yeah, like you could motion to it, but I think everybody here knows shit's about to go down.
yeah. If
As
anyone's confused,
as
I'm grabbing my rapier.
the captain draws a pistol and he just points it at the gentleman and fires, and you can see it just slams dead on in the chest of the cloak, and then the ball falls to the ground, and the individual just looks down where the impact is, and you can see out from this gentleman's back 6 tentacles reach out, each one holding a gun.
This is the dark cloak seller
Yeah.
guy. Yeah.
And he just laughs. He's like, boys, lights out. And he says that all the lanterns in the warehouse go out, leaving you in pitch black darkness. And then there's just a barrage of gunfire going off. And it's almost done in an instant as you hear a snap and the lanterns come back on, and every three-eyed kraken pirate in the room lay dead, each one with an individual gunshot directly to the forehead. Individual sighs as the tentacles draw back into his body. She's not going to be happy about this one. Pack it up. You see any more of those kraken bastards, kill them and throw them in the harbor. He kind of turns away and just begins to head out the back of the warehouse.
Does that include the captain?
Oh yeah, the captain's dead. Everybody is, like, anybody who was wearing the regalia of the three-eyed kraken in that warehouse is dead from a single gunshot to the head. And as 6 of you look down onto the scene, you begin to see some of these shrouded individuals packing up the goods again, others hoisting bodies up and just dragging them outside. And every now and then you can hear the faint splash of water as they're just tossed into the bay.
That right? I mean, this guy hired us, so I'd just stay silent and let him do his thing.
Yeah, Rory's just staying, like, she started backing up, like, to make an exit, but it was over way too fast. And so when it got quiet again, she froze and just indicated for everyone to just stay and be quiet until they all leave. So we're just gonna, I just kind of want to stay and observe. That's what Rory's doing anyway. She's staying in place, observing until anything changes, until it's quiet, and then you leave.
And is anybody else doing anything different, or are you just like laying low, letting everything?
How many people are left in here now?
There are about Coming and going, there are probably about 3 people dragging the bodies and throwing them out to the bay, and there's like another 3 packing up the goods that they brought for sale.
Is anyone doing anything with that chest of counterfeit gold?
They seem to ignore it.
I'm going to once again tug on Rory's cloak and see if I can indicate that maybe once it clears out, if they leave it, that could be useful to us, perhaps. So, but that's a lot to convey. So I don't know if I can how I would do that.
I mean, you could just point at the gold and be like,
Okay, yeah, something like that to just kind of indicate that maybe we could it might
Should we
be
nab it?
handy. Pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, if it's fake, I mean,
Rory gives a shrug like, I don't give a fuck. Like, just wait.
Okay, so
well, not right now, but
yeah. Pearl, you do know that there are 2 ways to access this bottom floor. There is a ladder farther back towards where the shrouded gentleman had left that you can just climb down. It would take you down to the ground floor, or you can walk out of the sort of loft door that's on the 2nd floor, take yourself down down the steps, and then enter through a ground floor door in order to get to it. But
Okay,
at the point in time right now, there is a lot of busy foot traffic right now, in order that if you were to try to go down at this point in time, there would be a lot of stealth rolls.
No, I absolutely wouldn't try.
Okay. So you wait there for probably about a good 10 minutes as the weaponry is loaded back up, bodies are disposed of, and as you start to see everybody leave, the doors of the loft are thrown open as moonlight now breaches the inside of your hiding space, and a singular shrouded gentleman walks in and just nods to all of you.
Do I recognize this person?
You don't, but it seems almost as if he recognizes you, Rory. And he kind of walks on over. Sorry you had to see that, Ensign. We thought this was just gonna be, a standard pay and trade, but they decided that little gunplay needed to happen. I thank you and your associates here for providing us a little security topside.
What was your goal this night? And what is he dressed as?
He's another shrouded individual. Like, all of them are just dressed the same.
Shrouded, like one of those sellers? Like,
yeah.
He looks like one of the sellers?
Yep. And you yourself know that you weren't hired by these people. There seems to be an incident of mistaken identity here, as if they maybe hired another ensign to keep an eye out for them while they did the sale.
So I'm not getting the sense that this is another me.
No.
Okay.
No, this is definitely not another you.
Okay. Right. Seemed like everything was all in hand, though. Didn't want to interfere with his work.
No, that's the smart thing. Boss doesn't like anyone interfering in the lady's work. But
any further service I can.
Not tonight. Not tonight, but we'll be keeping you on call.
Very well.
You and your lot here seem to be trustworthy enough, as he reaches into a bag and he kind of jostles it in his hand. He's like, tosses it just over to you. That should be enough worth your trouble tonight.
Seems about right.
Now, the rest of you didn't see anything.
They know to keep their mouths shut.
I'm just, crossing my I's and dotting my T's here.
Of course. Usual tavern. Dockside. If you need me.
We tend not to like to do the same thing twice, but if we need you, you know.
All right.
You take care now. Turns
too.
around and walks off.
Hate surprises. All right, guys. Good work.
Well, that was fun.
Well, I'm sure you would have liked a little more action, but I'm
Oh,
glad it
for
didn't come
sure.
to that.
Do you know how much that ruby thing is worth?
Well, you would be the expert.
A lot.
The last time you seen one of those made, Pearl, it was probably around 5,000 gold.
Ugh.
Did we see them remove the ruby when they tossed the bodies? We just saw them take the bodies out. We don't
You
know what was
just
done
saw
with
them
them.
take the bodies out. You don't know if they were looted or not.
It might be. That's a good point. Not much of a swimmer. Would maybe some of you who enjoy that activity a little bit more be a deer and jump in the harbor, see if you can find the ruby for us. I know a few buyers we could split.
I'm not sure how custom they are, but probably, just having it made, it could always be retuned, I think.
Lovely.
But we have to be real careful what we do with it.
I'm just gonna sell it. We'll split the money. But I could also use one of the outfits, the captain preferably. If you find him, bring it back. There could be a ship that might be a little up for grabs at the moment, seeming as though they're missing half the crew and captain. Any takers? Feel like going for a swim?
Like I said, matey, last one in be a rotten kraken.
Lovely. Let's go
Just
take a
hate
walk.
all this talk about krakens. Gives me the creeps.
A little squeamish around krakens, eh?
It's a long story. Another time.
Well, I'm disappointed because I didn't get action. So, if there's action to be had, then
The people that were clearing out the warehouse from the bodies, are they still in there, or are they done and they've moved on?
By this time, after you got paid by the gentleman who found you up in the loft, they're gone. They've cleared out.
And is the chest of fake gold still there?
Yep. The chest of fake gold is definitely still there.
I'm going in there. There's plenty of stupid people down by the docks that would accept fake money. So I'm gonna try to just find like a little bag somewhere that I can empty out and fill with fake gold.
Okay. Tell me, how much gold are you taking?
Depends on the size of bag that I find, I guess. I don't want to take too much because I don't want it to be unyieldy what I'm carrying around. Just something like normal money pouch sized thing that I can fill up.
Go ahead and give me an investigation roll. See if you can't find anything in here that would work as a money pouch, since you're in the middle of a jewelry warehouse.
You know what? For a -1, I will certainly take a 13.
13. Try as you might, there's nothing in here that looks like it would be money pouch worthy. You see that there are a couple you see that there's like an open crate of like suede bags that they would put the jewelry in, and it's got the insignia of the company on it as well. Those might work, but you run the risk of standing out a little bit walking around with the company's merchandise on you.
Can I take one of those bags and turn it inside out? To
Yes.
hide okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
And then I'll just scoop some gold into it.
How much gold are you taking?
I was gonna say a handful, but I guess I've got like giant hands, don't I? Let's say 25 gold.
25 gold as you clunk 25 of those fake gold coins into that bag.
I'll just kind of tuck that away.
And as you do that, kind of hear a groan coming from the box itself as there is an audible click, and then a soft ticking begins to emanate from the box itself.
Okay, so as I am sprinting out the door, I'm just yelling, "Run," as loud as I can.
Oh, fuck.
What?
I'm
Oh,
water in the
shit.
harbor right now, but you know.
I hate surprises.
So show of hands, who was going to the harbor before these shenanigans happened?
Okay, then I'm not there.
Okay,
I'm in the
cool.
water.
That's true.
okay, so the only one
No,
you yell,
simultaneous was happening.
Shara, you yell run, and you begin to book it outside of the warehouse, noticing your companions are already like halfway across the warehouse yard. Those of you walking out and, you know, heading towards the bay itself, hear very loud smacks of Hikaru feet approaching you. And as you look back, you see Shara in a dead sprint as the entirety of the warehouse goes up in a huge explosion. And this, like the explosion is so strong that it kind of like rocks the area around you and just sends jets of fire and black smoke up into the night sky. And almost within seconds, you start hearing alarm bells.
Yep. Yep. Never mind. We need to make a quick exit now. Follow me.
Who the
I
hell
look
did that?
back and I go, oh, Grandpa's gonna be so pissed off.
This is not quiet.
Flatten out both
Yeah.
ears. We were supposed to be settled.
Yeah.
It's not subtle.
So
So,
who was at tavern earlier?
Yeah, we'll head there.
so what I need from everyone here is you as a group can decide how you are going to leave the train yard or the warehouse yard. Are you just booking it, hoping that everyone doesn't notice you because it's distracted by the fire? Or are you going more the slow and stealthy approach until you're out back into like a main street?
If they're willing to follow me, I'm doing the slow and stealthy because I'm still in an ensign's outfit, and if we get caught, I can potentially bullshit my way out of it. So that's what my plan is. And whether if they want to do something else, we're not that solid a crew yet. So that's fair.
I would be doing slow and steady because there's no reason why I don't have every right to be on that piece of property.
True.
I was gonna say the same thing. I was just gonna like slow, steady. If I need to stealth, I'll stealth, but I'm just gonna act casual. Kind of follow suit. No need to run and make myself look obvious.
Cannonball, Mirror, you guys doing the same thing?
I'm actually gonna diverge a little bit here.
Okay.
I'm gonna still go for the bay.
Okay. You most definitely can do that. You most definitely can do that.
And we're gonna hop into the water since we don't need to breathe here. And
Man,
we're gonna
oxygen's for chumps.
right. We're gonna go. We're gonna go to the bottom. We're gonna still go through the bodies. And my exit strategy is quite simply to stick to the bottom of the water, go all the way across the bay, and come back out on the other side, far
That's
from any of this stuff. And
definitely
then make my
definitely something you can do. What about you, Mir?
I am going to follow suit.
You're gonna go swimming and follow.
No.
Water,
I'm not a torpedo bunny at the moment. I am going to follow on out the main gate, pulling a folded up cloak off my back and putting it up over my head and over my ears.
Shara, are you going to stick with this group, or are you doing your own thing?
I think I'll stick with the group.
Okay, so stealth group, I am going to need group stealth checks here.
Okay.
Since Pearl is with you, if Pearl takes the lead, you can do them with advantage.
Okay.
Since Pearl is familiar with
Reasonable.
these warehouse yards.
Do
Oh,
I
me
get
too.
advantage too?
Yep.
Thank you.
I already nat 20'd for 26.
Nice.
I am the knight.
I am the Kraken.
23.
Appropriate dice for this.
22, following along quietly.
So mine would be, I believe, so still. If I don't have proficiency, I just take the flat number on the dice, right?
You still add your you still add your
my dex modifier?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fabulous. Yeah, okay. 14.
14. And Shara?
I got an 11. Again.
11. Okay, so being big is, well, you're a tall individual. You know, being big is just
A
effort
nuisance.
when trying to be stealthy at any point in time, because you just stand out no matter what. But thanks to following the rest of the group, you're able to keep to the shadows and slink out an exposed opening in one of the gates, leading you back into the main commerce area and docks of Tidelight. Just as a group of Tidelight guards come rushing down past the main gates of the metalworks warehouses, as they begin to try to put the fire out, as others spread across trying to look for survivors or any leads as to what just caused this explosion. All this is going on, Cannonball, you dive right down into the water, as you can see that there are about 5 or 6 floating bodies currently in the harbor.
Oh, they're floating.
Yes.
Okay.
Though you notice, the first thing that you notice is they've been all stripped of their regalia. None of them have the three-eyed kraken coats on them, and there's no captain.
Interesting.
But you've got the rest of those bodies floating about that you can search if you'd like.
Well, let's start with that then.
Okay, go ahead, and I'm going to say for the lot, go ahead and give me a single investigation roll.
Sure. Let me get you that real quick. That is going to be a... Where's my investigation? That's going to be a very mid 10.
Very mid 10. You search these bodies up and down in every pocket that you can find, and they've been picked clean. It seems that the individuals who threw them in the harbor knew what they were doing and knew to plunder the corpses before they threw them in the bay. But unfortunately, there's nothing that you find.
Okay. Well, one thing I am going to make sure then is before I leave, I will make sure that I at least remember the face of one of these people.
Okay. Go ahead and give me. Let's just do a straight up intelligence roll here.
Okay. That's an 18.
18. You commit this individual's appearance to memory before you make your exit, swimming on down to the other side of the bay, coming up along the shore, coming up along one of the docks back into the proper city side of Tidelight. As you do, as you get up out of the water and you kind of are shaking what water off of your body that you can, you notice the rest of your group coming down the street, looking as if they're all headed towards a local tavern.
We'll follow them in.
Yeah.
As we're walking, I look down over at Pearl and say, well, I hope your family's got insurance.
I'm not really sure what will happen with this, but wow. It was only one warehouse though.
It was only one out of the 5 warehouses that your family has.
I'm sure it will be all right. I mean, there's so many things here that I find very disturbing. I don't quite understand why they're using the gold spar warehouses and how who's letting them do this. I mean, somebody within the company must be letting them in somehow. I mean, there was possibly some, night shift guards or something, but the fact that they were all there and all got in, and I I don't think my grandparents would be involved in anything like this. Uh,
Money
so
talks.
there's something going on there, and the guy with the ruby, I know who that was.
Who is he?
He was Captain Broadhurst, Captain Broadhurst. Uh, I was in the factory one day, and one of the jewelsmiths or jewelers was crafting that ruby and explaining that apparently there had been some sort of altercation at sea, and he had his throat slashed or something, and um, his vocal cords were basically slashed, and they couldn't fix anything. So he seemed to have the goal to pay. I mean, as I said, those things don't come cheap. He
I
paid to
remember
have that
you.
made, and then it would have to be enchanted and everything.
Yeah, your family might want to check that gold again.
Well, without, I don't want to arouse any suspicion. I mean, this is kind of the kind of thing that got me in trouble when I was little. Um, well, I mean, not shorter than I am now, but I mean, like, younger. Um, so anyway, I, maybe I can just kind of very discreetly drop by the office and talk to one of the money counters and bookkeepers, and you know, tell them that maybe I could just say I had been out with some friends and heard rumors that there was a lot of counterfeit floating around, and they might want to check. So that wouldn't arouse any suspicion. I'll try. I could do that.
That might be smart. Don't want it to get around that your family is passing fake coin. Get a bad
No,
reputation.
no. I can be reasonably discreet. Um,
Although I would think the jewelers would know the difference between fake gold and real gold.
Well,
So,
I would hope so.
there's that, but I mean, sometimes the final transaction is somebody, a clerk at the front, and often they are chosen more for their people skills than their savvy with coin and jewels.
makes
So it's hard to know, but I'll I can check into that.
Jara, what happened?
It was trapped.
What was trapped?
The gold.
Uh,
But I got some.
Congratulations. Be careful who you try to fool with that shit. Well, at least you're alive, and I wasn't in there when it blew up.
Yeah.
Better me than dock workers, right?
Yeah, that's... Sure, whatever. Everyone else is... Oh, look. There's Cannonball. You look soaked.
Well, I did say the last one in the water would be a rotten kraken. Seems that's what all you guys are now.
That's fine. You find anything?
Nothing of value, they picked them clean.
Alright.
Good news, though, I did get a good look at the face of one of their crews.
Good. That could be useful.
White.
I heard
Hey.
enough of the voices of two of them.
Wait a minute. If you're the only one that went in the water, then you're also the last one in the water. So you're the rotten kraken.
Because that's what's important right now.
Your logic astounds me, matey.
I need a drink.
Second.
Make
We
it
all
three.
just please stop talking about krakens. It's really making me upset.
She's sensitive about it.
PTSD.
At this point, Cannonball will kind of lower his face in front of Pearls to look at her eye to eye. Which does mean also, the wreath of tentacles are a few inches from your face at this point. And he'll give you the that good old, one-eyed pirate stare, the crazy one-eyed pirate stare, and ask you and
One
ask
big
you,
bulging eye.
yeah, what be wrong with ye, matey? Problem with krakens?
Well, yeah. My mentor, he was fishing that dock just over there where everybody fishes, that pier. He was fishing there one day, and some of his friends said that they saw a kraken come out of the water, and just with one tentacle, and just wrapped it around and grabbed him, and he was never seen again. So I really feel like I have to do something about that. But I mean, he was my best friend in the whole world. And it just
Go ahead.
no, it just upsets me. It reminds me that he's gone, and it's just so upsetting. And I'm not very big, and the krakens are so big, and I know I should do something about it, but I just don't know how.
So at this point, Cannonball will back his face up from Pearls here, and just kind of look at her and go, "Well, matey, I be sorry for your loss, but at least let me tell you one thing. That kraken, 'twas not me. I don't eat people." And he'll turn around and walk back towards the bar at this point.
Not that we know about.
Come on. Pearl.
The
Come on,
correct
man.
answer is yet.
That's why I was like, not that we
Spoilers.
know, not that we're aware of.
You'll feel
So,
better after a drink.
Mm.
And I've got coin to spread out.
so
It's
you
somewhere more pleasant.
So you press on the tavern door and enter on into a very warm and welcoming environment, though it seems to be a rather quiet night here at the, what do I call this place? The Wyvern's Bounty. There are a few patrons scattered amongst themselves, on various tables on the tavern floor, but it's definitely not a bustling sight as it normally is.
Can I go? Can I say that I had a room here that has my lute and my violin and my gear that I left?
Yeah,
That's
most
like
definitely.
to go to? Okay.
Most definitely.
And it's called, what was it called again?
The Wyvern's Bounty.
The Wyvern's Bounty.
And there's
So tavern and inn then?
there is, yeah, this tavern does provide rooms as well.
And how much did a room cost? I can minus that.
Copper
from
piece a
my-
night.
Okay. So she will direct you all to just have a seat wherever you want. I'll be right back. And she goes upstairs to do a quick change, something less militaristic, because she wants people to be comfortable around her. So yeah, I'll go upstairs and change.
And as the group enters in and Rory excuses herself, a almost Goliath-like gentleman stands behind the bar. Though a little shorter and a little smaller in stature than most Goliath. His skin is almost like a combination of like a soft pale white and the color of just the soft grayish of clay. So he bears no tattoos or markings anywhere on his body. A very large jagged scar running from the center, the top part of his forehead down across one eye, and then just down his cheek, down the neck, and disappearing underneath his shirt. Very brutal looking scar. Partially blind in the wounded eye. But for everything that seems to have happened to this gentleman, he seems to still be in high spirits as he smiles and greets all of you in. Rory, you know this gentleman as the owner and proprietor of the Worm's Bounty, a one Mr. Bryant Dunhurst.
Okay. Dunhurst.
And he kind of, as you walk in, he kind of gives you like a little salute. He's like, Ensign?
Ryan's. Or I guess she might call him Mr. Dunhurst.
Anything for you and your friends tonight?
Yeah, send around.
I can do that. He walks over and he picks up a tray and begins to just like pour just a large thing of ale into these giant pint glasses, and he brings them over to the table and sets them down, passes one out to each of you. Would you be wanting any food tonight or just drinks?
More drinks.
What time of night is it right now?
It's pushing 11.
I could eat.
Cannonball, Cannonball's gonna look up and say, "Do you happen to have some fried octopus, matey?"
We do.
I'll have that.
Fried octopus. Get some calamari for you.
Perfect.
How special tonight is a nice bread bowl of lobster chowder, if anyone is wanting to try that.
Can I have that in real life right now, please?
Right?
Yeah.
Oh
Right?
my god.
I think
I
Rory
mean, will order one, but
hear a distant me.
Just the
Jacob will
tentacles,
have one.
matey. That'll suffice.
Just the tentacle.
a bowl.
Bowl, tentacles, bowl. Anything for the three of you?
Oh, please.
Bowl.
A bowl, and instead of the ale, could I have a honey mead, but make it a double?
Double honey mead and a bowl. I gotcha.
Just keep the drinks coming.
And some rum, matey.
Rum.
None of this light thing.
Do you want anything harder, or do you just want the ale?
Make them
The
harder
rum.
as the night goes on.
Harder as the night goes on. Definitely can do
And he would know to bring Rory wine, red wine.
that. Red wine. Okay. So he. Oh, go ahead.
Pearl is going to push her ale over towards Shara.
And Chara's already finished hers, so she'll happily take Pearl's.
Okay. So he takes his tray and he disappears back into the back and begins preparing the ordered meals. So it gives the group here some time alone at their table.
Did you guys want to say anything to each other before I come back?
Like,
Okay.
right.
I'll-
So why did you feel the need to touch the chest when it was obvious they were there to not make a deal? A booby trap was kind of like the next thing was gonna happen.
To get some of the gold, obviously.
But it's fake gold. It's not real.
People that I'm giving it to don't need to know that.
Okay, but if one person can tell it was fake, what makes you think no one else will think it's fake?
Listen, I know a lot of stupid people.
Fair. Alright.
That's it, really.
Okay. No, that's fine. I was just curious.
It all worked out, didn't it?
I guess. Are they for your fights?
Just for anything, really.
Is it for your drinks?
If I can find a bartender stupid enough not to check it, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely not here.
No, not anywhere that I'm gonna be a regular.
Don't get kicked out.
Wouldn't be the first time. Really, has it been a good night if you're not being kicked out at the end of it?
If I haven't finished my drinks yet, that's just a waste.
Gotta finish them quicker. I say as I down the rest of Pearl's drink.
Oh, what? Sorry. What is your constitution?
It is a 17.
17,
So plus
and
3.
you've had 2 ales so far?
Yep.
Okay, you're still fine. It's ale.
Yeah. I'm a heavy drinker anyway, so you know.
You're a heavy drinker, so ale is probably like water to you.
Yeah.
I guess after some time passes, unless anyone wants to say anything else while I'm gone, Rory will come back downstairs and she's dressed in her more like a classic bard attire. She's got, it's sort of her adventuring gear as well. So her leather kind of corseted top with like a piratey peasant top on the upper portion, and different boots, but they still go like right below the knee. And she's wearing pants. They're sort of like tight fitting, dark blue pants, and a sash of this sort of like marine green color. That sort of it's subdued. It's more like just sort of a subdued ocean green color sash around her waist. And she has her violin kind of she's carrying that downstairs. Rapier is still at her belt. And she's carrying the pouch that has the gold in it, as well as her own personal pouch. And she'll go to the table and kind of set the pouch down. All right. Well, that was lovely. Shall we split the gold?
Yes. That'd be great.
All right.
As long as
I
it's not
opened up
fake.
the pouch to count it. Because this was surprise money. I didn't know who that person was. But she's going to totally play it off as if it was 100% planned the whole time. So
Okay.
everybody knows.
So inside this sack of gold is 75 gold pieces.
I treat people I hire fairly, so I did not pocket any of it this time. Because I want people to work with me again. So yeah, I'll just evenly distribute that as evenly as I can. Let's see, 75. Someone math.
12 and a half.
Yeah, you'll have
12 and some change.
3 left over if we all get 12.
Okay.
Mhm.
I put the 3 out on the table. This should help pay for whatever we need tonight. And then some. The rest evenly split.
Okay. So
Test the gold. Make sure it's not fake.
give me an insight
Real.
check.
Oh. Okay.
I feel like I would have checked for that too, or would be able to tell, but
That's a 12.
let her do it.
It's real. It's
Okay.
They're genuine gold coins.
Would assume that would not be fake.
I know. I just like seeing the looks on your faces when it's like, oh, did you just get played again?
Yeah.
That's fair. That's
Maybe
fair.
think
This
Could've been the
bag
first time.
explodes.
Game. And we're gonna think every
First
bag
time.
can explode, every coin is fake.
You expect any pirate on this island to actually use real currency?
Yeah.
But as you distribute the gold and you leave the remnants of it on the table, Bryant comes back with everyone's foods and an extra round for everybody with whatever you were drinking. And he smiles and he takes the 3 gold and he's like, that should cover tonight. Are any of you going to be needing rooms tonight? Now, if you want to, you can elect to have a house here. You don't have to stay in an inn. You can elect to have some sort of like small house or some place that you call home here in the city.
I'm poor, so I still live with my parents. That's kind of where I go at the end of the night.
Okay.
I shouldn't laugh at that. That was just so cute.
Tide Light's now located in California. Okay.
I think Rory probably has a small apartment somewhere, like a small room somewhere, but she's staying at the inn tonight
Okay.
because she tries to be careful about when she goes back to her home base.
The consummate professional that she is.
Mm-hmm.
Never go home after a job. He kind of like looks over to the rest of you.
So, if I remember correctly, it's 1 copper a night, you said? Or did I
Copper a
mishear
night. Yeah, it's copper a night, simple room.
you? Yeah, you know what? We'll I mean, Cannonball does have a home, if you remember his backstory, but we're gonna take a room for the night.
That way you can freely drink without having to stumble drunkenly home.
You got me.
My daily routine.
He got me.
I mean, that's
And
smart.
I know that. What did I promise the group in payment for doing the job with me? Like,
You didn't give them a price or a payment. You said that payment would be handed out after the completion of the job.
okay. So, and do I know if I was getting that from another source or if it was coming from?
You know payment will be coming sometime tonight. You
Okay.
just don't know when.
All right. So I'll tell them this is a bonus.
Oh,
There's
My
more
favorite
on
words.
top of this.
There should be.
Well, with bonuses like these, you can hire me anytime.
Lovely.
Right? Shit, just keep giving me jobs like this. Stand around all night. Like, bunch
I-
of money.
They won't
I
all.
think Pearl would take a room, thinking through that if she did go back, because there would be the family home where her mother and her grandparents were, that the fact that there was this explosion, and if she takes a room, she can say she was at the inn with friends all night and they were drinking and she felt it wasn't good to walk the streets at night. So she's setting up a bit of an alibi to deflect any possible suspicion that she would know anything about what had happened.
Smart. Almost as if we have a group of experienced troublemakers right here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well.
And I would definitely be staying here because, day job pays for it.
It's fair.
So, did anyone pick up on any details about that I can add to my report?
Yeah, that symbol. I've recognized it before, and it didn't really click until he said it out loud. But it's imported from beyond the mist, beyond the storm.
This, he said.
Yeah, don't know where that is. Only that it's beyond the storm, and we
Have I
know of
heard
only
about-
one trading company that can do that.
That's true. Ravon didn't think that they were dealing in that dangerous of things these days, but then again, not that surprised. Do I know what Arcastus is?
Go ahead and give me let's say, a straight up intelligence roll.
Okay.
Or actually, no, because you are a bard, go ahead and give me a history roll.
Okay. 15.
15. You don't know too much about Arcastus, though from what you've picked up, it's almost a city of mages.
Got it. All right, that's weird, but anyone else pick up any interesting tidbits that they'd like to share with the class?
When I saw them moving around on the outside, were they like spider climbing around on the outside, or what were we getting at?
They were just keeping to the walls. They were just like pressed against the walls of the warehouse, just trying to stick to the shadows as much as possible.
Okay. That's substantially less creepy, so I'm good with that. I'd be more concerned if they were like crawling on from the outside. No, I don't have anything to add to that then, because I didn't get a good look.
Well, I might have something to add.
Yes. Please
That
do.
matchlock rifle they were toting around.
Mm-hmm.
The barrel of it was bored, matey.
Was what?
Bored. There was a spiral to it.
Forgive me. I don't know much about the workings of guns. What is that? Is that significant in some way?
Superior accuracy on the gun, matey. And I would assume that that's not technology that's usually found around here.
It is, but normally not for rifles of that make. Usually what you see the board barrels for are the firearms that are made by the artificers. And they don't use just like the balls, they use cartridged ammunition.
So what you're telling me is the barrel does not match the ammo they were toting around that should have gone into said gun.
Correct.
All right, so that's what we're gonna summarize to Rory here, saying the ammo did not match the barrel, matey. You're supposed to fire rifled cartridges out of these, not smooth bore ammunition. Something about that gun doesn't work, doesn't make sense to me.
The iron balls, they were special. He said that they didn't miss. So, but
From
they're
what I
not.
understood, matey, they keep bouncing until they hit flesh.
So two separate items used for two separate weapons or uses. Okay. Well, I think this is fairly good information. Except for the fact that I don't know where the goods are going now, so that's problematic. They're gonna have to find new buyers. Could be possible opportunities there, though. See what my contact says.
And then you got the captain's name down?
I did. Thank you, dear. Did you see his body or any of the others? You said you saw the face of one. Did you happen to see the face of the captain up close? She asks Cannonball.
I've committed the one to memory, but the captain was not amongst the dead, at least not in the arbor.
You sure about that?
Positive, matey.
What do they want with the body?
Or he's not dead.
He looked pretty dead.
Looks
But I'm
convincing.
nomadic.
There are illusions that exist.
There are. Okay.
Good for
Weird.
thought, just in case.
I'll make note of that as well. She just
Did we
kind of
recognize what he was? Because you said tentacles came out and he like fired guns. Do we know what race that was?
Nope, because it looked almost as if the tentacles were just coming out of the coat itself.
Okay. If that's the case, then yeah, she'll look at Rory and go, wouldn't happen to know what that was all about with the extended help, the helping hands, as it were, with the tentacles. For anyone here?
Rory looks at the guy, literal tentacles coming out of his head.
So, for giggles here, if at all possible, I'd like to have Cannonball use the tentacles feature that comes with the Fathomless Warlock here.
Can you bring that up?
Sure.
I can roll 20 so I can see what that is.
Yep.
You can summon a tentacle within 60 feet with a 10-foot reach. Does cold damage on a spell attack that slows those hit by the tentacle. Yeah, if you want to be you just want to be a little bit of a goofy warlock here, yeah, you can just wave your hand and up comes this like 15-foot tentacle, sort of probably like 5 feet away from Cannonball.
You mean something like this, matey, and you'll point at the tentacle behind him.
And as he points, the tentacle kind of like flaps like as if it's waving.
Yeah, but his was bigger.
It's not the size, matey, it's how you use it.
Well, he used it pretty damn well.
Ye saw nothing, it was dark in there.
And you can see when
Raises her eyebrow like, what?
like when you see the tentacle that Cannonball summons up, it was like nothing like the tentacles that the individual used.
I was about to ask, like, does it feel more like what he did is more arcane versus what, like, did the tentacle guy that was holding all the guns with his tentacles, did he feel like that was like a magical effect, or did it feel more like a racial thing?
It didn't look natural. Like you've seen individuals like cannibal before, the fathomless warlocks, and their control over tentacles, but these didn't look like an octopus tentacle or like a kraken tentacle or anything like that. These were like smooth and just like a soft, like violet, like black, that just at the ends were able to hold the guns.
Okay. So I don't have enough information to tell if it would have been magical or like actual something physical on the person.
Not from where you're at, no.
Got it. I got very little information about what we were walking into. So they didn't exactly brief me on, oh, by the way, there's a guy that might just bust out a bunch of tentacles and guns randomly. So that wasn't included in the briefing. But I was told that it would be dicey and dangerous, hence hiring you. Luckily, you weren't needed too much. But I appreciate the observations.
Still disappointed about that.
It was a little bit quiet.
I'm sure something will come up soon. But I prefer quiet. This
I
was
don't.
lovely. Minus the shooting.
The explosion was kind of nice, though.
Just gonna drink my red wine.
Quiet or not, it depends on the job. Just itching for some action.
You wouldn't
Did it
want to
get too
have
long?
to explain the explosion to my grandfather, Shara.
Your grandfather... Oh, was that his warehouse?
Yeah, that was sort of how we got in without any problem. I had a key.
I'll admit, I kind of zone out sometimes when people are going over the details. I just like to get in there and get busy.
Yeah, it's kind of the whole reason we brought Pearl.
Right.
Yeah.
Whoops.
It now makes sense as to how you got in, and Pearl used the key to open up the warehouse to you for you to get into the loft.
I love Shara.
Well, hey, better me than your grandfather, right?
Or some of his employees, yes.
Hey, do you think there was anything valuable in there?
I'd have to see a manifest. I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure out how. I mean, I know how we got in there, but I don't know who let everybody else in, and that's more of a problem. But some things I prefer to not be involved in if I don't have to.
Maybe they had a key too.
Well, if they did, then they're one of my grandfather's employees, and that's
Or
not
they
good.
stole a key from one of his employees.
Well, there's, I'm.
Or they picked the lock.
I was gonna
Or
say, do you know how
they
easy it is to pick a lock?
use my method of getting into closed doors, and she taps the great axe on her shoulder.
Is there anyone else in this tavern, by the way? Because if there is, then I'm
There-
gently strumming music this whole time.
There are, but there are probably about like 6 other people, but they're all minding their own business. They seem to be well into multiple drinks at the moment. So anything you are saying seems to be falling on either deaf or drunken ears.
I'm gonna do an insight check just in case, because I'm a paranoid person.
Okay.
Or not paranoid, but just professional. 14.
14. So as you don't try to make it too obvious, but you start glancing around the room at everyone, and your eye catches an individual in the corner of the room.
Mm-hmm.
And as your eyes scan across him, he kind of like taps his nose and like leans back in his chair and kind of like raises the glass to you.
Do I recognize the person?
Yes, this is your contact.
I will stand up and walk over to them. Well, I'll go tell the group. I'll be like, "Excuse me, one moment. I see a friend."
And those of you who watch her leave, she walks over to a table towards a gentleman who's in a very outstanding suit. It definitely catches the eye no matter how you look. It's very well tailored, fitted, very soft, crushed blue color with a bit of a ruffle, like a white ruffle on the chest. Like jet black, slick back hair, a very large, twisted handlebar mustache, and a black top hat sitting on the table.
I just take my violin out, place the glass down, bring my violin out, have a seat. May I play something for you, sir?
Yes, do you happen to know her breath was like the wind of the sea?
Of course. Was sang to me as a child. And I start strumming the music and kind of leaning in close.
And you know that song is pretty much a code for I have your money. As like you lean in and you start playing a tune, he reaches into his coat and he pulls out a large bag and sets it down, and he kind of like holds his hand out for your report.
And I slide him a pamphlet, a folded piece of paper that's completely written in like a thieves' cant for the silver tongues. I just slide that over.
Mm-hmm. And he takes it and he quickly palms it and puts it into his coat and sits there and lets you finish the song. And he like gives you a soft clap, and then he hands you the bag. Like, a thank you for your performance.
Thank you, sir. You're too kind. And I'll stand up and return to my group, kind of strumming a different song, and sit down, continue playing. And all right, well, got your main payment. Don't get too excited. Shara, hold on to it so you don't drink it all tonight.
Well, what the fuck did I earn it for if I can't drink it?
To each your own. I'll open up the pouch. How much is in there?
So inside, when you open it up, this is like a very meticulous sectioned bag, and it's sectioned in 6 different parts. And as you pull the coins out, everyone here is given 4 platinum pieces.
We're bringing in the platinum. Oh my.
I see them, and before I slide them over to the individuals, I just take another glance around the room. The same people, same positions. Anything changed?
Well, one of them kind of like, you just hear a thud as their head hits the table and the glass kind of spills off to the side. They're completely passed out. But aside from that, nobody seems to be paying any attention to you.
All right. So I'm going to slide the first bit over to Janka first. And I'm going to say, as I slide it over, and I'm going to make eye contact with everyone else as well, don't react. Okay?
Don't react to
to
4
what?
platinum.
I was like, don't react to what? As I just grab it and kind of glance. But inside, she's like,
And then I slide the next bit over to Muir. Don't say a word of what you've seen tonight.
I didn't see anything.
And she's dragging it to you, but making eye contact with everybody. Like, it's a message for everyone. And she slides over another 4 over to Cannonball. I mean it. Don't sell this information twice. Don't tell stories while you're drunk about it.
Cannonball is gonna just discreetly, like, make it look like he's eating another piece of his, fried tentacles that he ordered for himself. And he's gonna bring, like, bit by bit, each of those 4 platinum pieces and take a small bite out of them just to make sure they're real at this point.
How much has Cannonball had to drink so far?
Whatever. So the first ale that you brought along, right?
Yeah.
And then the second
rum.
drink along with it would be a small glass of rum, I'm assuming.
Yeah, you're still good. Yeah, so you check it. It's definitely a platinum coin.
Well,
Rory gets a look on her face like, don't insult me.
And those of you who have spent enough time around the docks or have grown up around like the dock area know not to flash these, as this is a death sentence to anyone who carries them.
I'll slide some over to Pearl. Keep in mind we pay well, and we appreciate you and what you did for us tonight.
Pearl will nod, look at her, say thank you, and just sort of very discreetly put her hand over the coins, and it'll be just like they sort of disappear into her pouch, just as discreet as possible. And she says, I'll keep it in mind.
And she'll slide 4 over to Shara. And she kind of holds her hand over it for longer in front of Shara. Just like she's contemplating, like, do I really want to? All right. Everything I said, just keep that in mind. Be careful with that fake money, okay?
I'll be fine.
You've got this now. You don't need it. And then she'll just lift her hand off of it.
Oh shit.
I said not to.
Sorry,
Give me
Rory.
I need a stealth roll from Shara. I wanna know how loud she just went, oh shit.
9.
Not subtle at all. Like the moment that like her eyes hit that platinum, it's just this booming, oh shit. I gotta do some rolls here.
I'm gonna say, I know that really hurt. That splinter in your hand. Oh my gosh. Oh, here, let me fix that for you.
Go ahead and give me a deception roll. Go ahead and give me a deception roll. As everyone else in the tavern kind of jumps a little bit, but a lot of people stay asleep. Aside from one guy, he's like, huh? What?
This is probably way fucking overkill.
Did something explode again?
I got a 28 for deception.
He kind of like looks over to the table and sees the commotion that you're making over Shara's hand about the splinter, and he's like, and he just goes back to sleep on the table.
I know it smarts so bad. Oh, just hang on. And then I kind of lean into her and I go, are you fucking kidding me?
I'm sorry, I've never seen one of these before.
Keep your shit together and you'll see more if you work with me. Just
Yeah.
and I kind of pinch her arm a little bit.
Rory,
Probably doesn't affect you at all.
Rory, you know that the Silver Tongue only pay in platinum.
Awesome. I'm gonna make note of that. Well, ballas.
That's amazing.
you say that, but how am I supposed to spend this?
I mean, 1 platinum is 10 gold, but it's more of like a status thing of, oh, look at me, I'm better than everyone because I've got, a $10 bill.
You spend it carefully. And you make change. This is really elementary, honestly. Come on.
I don't know about ye, matey, but anywhere I could think of getting change from this is more likely to shank me.
Is there like a money changer or anything like
There
that
is.
in town?
There are quite a few money brokers in town that will quietly and discreetly break platinum and stuff like that. They also trade in gems as well, because, well, people find gems out on the sea all the time. Sometimes in ships, sometimes in chests, sometimes, people's
In
pockets.
the pockets of their friends.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll
Hey,
give
this is
him the
normal.
name to one of the brokers I know.
Appreciated, thank ye, matey.
Just don't tell him where you got it from.
Right, matey. Plundered it myself.
Exactly. I, myself, am quite lucky with finding shipwrecks and things just washing up on the beach.
It's true. It's more common than you think. You know where to look.
Don't know much about washing, matey, but like I said, I've plundered it, fair and square.
Mm-hmm. That's
Yeah, I
fair.
can tell.
Rule of the sea.
Blah.
Well,
So, when's the next job?
I'll let you know.
Well, in the meantime, I'm staying here.
Like, when will you let us know? Because I gotta probably be sober for it, and I'm gonna be drinking for several days.
Have you ever heard of pacing yourself, Shara?
Yeah, it's for lesser people.
Let me give you a tip. I know you do pretty well at the fights, right?
I win every time.
Good. Have you ever bet on yourself?
I thought that was against the rules.
It is if you do it. It's not if you convince someone else to do it for you.
I don't follow.
We'll go to the fight sometime.
Oh,
I'm
God.
just saying you can invest your... Forget about it.
Oh, hold
Enjoy
on a
your
second.
drinks.
Wait, no. I think I get it.
Hmm?
You want to fight me?
Darling, no. You couldn't handle me.
I
It's
think
true,
maybe,
matey.
Drinks for
maybe
one.
you're just a little afraid to tumble with an apex predator.
Look at her, matey, scrawny arms. What could she do to ye?
That's what you think.
Mind play with you. Mind games are quite deadly. Or one punch to the throat and you're just done.
I don't think any of you can reach my throat.
And as this conversation is going on, two ensigns from the Tylite Guard enter the tavern. They kind of, one walks over to Bryant. They begin to whisper to one another. Another one calls out to everyone in the establishment. All right, ladies and gents, sorry to cut your drinks off and ruin your nights, but a curfew has been put into place due to the recent destruction of a merchant warehouse. So we have to ask all of you to finish up your drinks and return to your homes or rooms here for the night. Again, sorry about this. Hate to do it, but Admiral's orders.
Glares at
What
Shara.
happened?
One of the ironworks warehouses went up in flames tonight.
Oh, well, was it just, was it a fire, an accident? Are people all right?
It was that explosion that everyone heard earlier, miss. It,
Okay.
thankfully it only claimed the one warehouse. We were able to put the fire out before it spread. But
It's good.
some of our investigators are already determining that it was intentional foul play. There was nothing inside that should have been able to ignite a fire. It was
Wow.
so an explosive device was planted inside. So again, sorry to ruin your nights, but I'm gonna have to finish up.
Could there be other explosive devices?
That's
around town?
That's why the curfew is now in place. Just in case there are, we'll be able to track them down without running into too much foot traffic once everyone retires for the evening.
You must have some suspects by now.
Not at the moment. We don't have any witnesses. The yard itself was devoid of workers tonight, which was strange, as people should have been on their night shifts. We're rounding up those individuals who were previously scheduled to find out what they know.
That's very smart of you. Well,
And
we'll go up to our rooms.
And the rest of
Certainly.
you are just sitting there as this guy is just divulging information flat out to Rory. He goes, yes, thank you for the understanding. You all have a pleasant night. He turns away and he begins to walk out along with his partner. And Bryant goes around, he starts waking up the individuals who are like asleep at the tables. And they're like, they begin to like very groggily stumble up the stairs to their tavern rooms. Those of you who want to stay the night tonight because or we're planning to anyway, I'll give you free rooms for tonight because of the unforeseen circumstances here. Don't want any of you walking around in danger in case there are more explosives around the town.
Is there a role that Pearl could do when this ends and is talking about the night shifts and nobody being there for the night shift? Like, theoretically, she would know enough about the workings of everything to know that there should have been night guards.
Yeah,
And can I do some kind of role to see if I have a sense of who would have been responsible for setting those watches?
Go ahead and give me an intelligence roll with advantage.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Well, not the smartest gnome on the block, but that's an 18.
You don't know everyone who should have been on there, though you do you do know the night foreman should have been there at least.
Yeah. Do I know who that is?
A one Gregory Misthelm, somebody who's been with the company for 20 years now. Very reliable night foreman. Never missed a shift in his life.
The whole time Jenka's just like glaring at Shara like, thanks to you, you ruined drinks.
And Shara just stands up abruptly enough to probably tip her chair over. Well, it's been a pleasure, but if those boys are going around telling the taverns to close their doors, I gotta get going and stay one tavern ahead of them.
No.
Speed running taverns.
That's so smart when you think about it. That's only if
I'll
it's, like,
allow it.
though.
I'll allow it if you want to try to speed run taverns in front of everyone.
Figure I can get at least one drink in per tavern between here and home.
Okay, so if you are going to do that, I'm gonna need a couple rolls here from you. I'm gonna
So good.
go
Pearl
ahead.
will not share that information with anyone.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to need a athletics check for you to be able, and then I'm going to need a survival check to see if you remember the fastest pathways to each of these taverns.
Well, I am proficient in both of those things.
And
so-
then I'm going to need a deception check in order to convince the ensigns every time they see you coming in, like, wait, didn't we just see that Hakarl at the last one?
Okay, so we're starting off strong with a 22 on the athletics.
Okay, so you're
Um,
definitely fast enough to be one tavern ahead of everyone.
Next one was survival, right?
Survival, yes, to see if you can remember your way through the city to there.
A nat 20 on the survival for 24.
Oh shit.
Like, without a surprise to anyone, Chara knows all of the shortcuts to every tavern in the city. Like, you have that, you can just like recall that even in like the deepest, drunkest stupor you've ever been, you know your way to the closest tavern.
And this is probably where I blow it. It was a deception, right?
Yeah, it was a deception.
Oh, yeah, that's just a 5.
Just a 5. Okay, so what I'm gonna need is, I'm gonna say you get about 4 taverns in when the ensigns finally catch on to, like, we've seen you before. I'm gonna need a persuasion roll from you at disadvantage.
It worked out to be better than the deception. It's a 9.
A 9. Try as you might to convince them that you are not this somehow tavern teleporting Hakarl. That loud pink hair of yours is just the giveaway that they need. And you're taken to the barracks for the night. Or trying to remember what it would be. They bring you in for pretty much drunk and disorderly.
That's fair, because I was probably really tipsy by that last one. Slurring my words and kind of wavering a bit as I just tried to stand there talking to them.
So they take you to the barracks, and much like everyone who gets put into there, items are taken, they're cataloged. I'm gonna let you roll this. Give me, you can choose a sleight of hand or a deception roll on to either hide the fake coins or to somehow incorporate them into your currency or into like your normal money pouch, because you know if they find that, you're gonna be in some trouble.
Let's, I mean, it's the same modifier for both, but let's go with sleight of hand.
Okay.
Jumped right out of my train. It's not terrible. It's a 14.
14. So you're being led back to you're technically being led to the barracks at this point in time, and one of the guards notices you fidgeting with something, and you're trying your best to try and like not make it obvious, but the alcohol is starting to finally kick in, and he reaches out and he grabs that inside out suede bag that you have, and he looks at it and,
What are you doing?
this is an odd thing for you to have.
You,
He
you
kind of
judging me on my choice of bag?
like opens it up and he reaches in and he takes the coins. He's like,
Don't touch my money.
hey Johnny, these are fake.
What?
And the other ensign looks over and he's like, ooh, those are fake. They
Whoa, hold on a second. You saying my money's fake?
that's what it looks like here, miss. He kind of
That prick
plops.
paid me in fake gold?
Give me a deception roll. Disadvantage.
Damn. I wish it was advantage. That would have been a nat 20. Instead, it's a 14, though.
14. You say somebody paid you this.
Yeah.
He kind of ties the bag up and he puts it in one of the pouches on his hip. He's like, we'll settle this at the station.
Could we, like, settle it tomorrow morning or something? I'm real tired.
We'll settle it once you sober up, miss. And you could tell by the tone of his voice, but he doesn't necessarily believe that somebody paid you this. But you're led to the barracks, processed, and put in a cell to sleep off your drunkenness for the night. Those of you who didn't try to speedrun taverns, are you doing anything else at the Wyvern's Bounty, or are you just calling it a night?
Well, by the time we go upstairs, or everybody is starting to go upstairs, Cannonball will definitely grab like an extra 2 or 3 drinks and drag them upstairs with him.
And Bryant really doesn't, tell you no. He kind of pours them to you and hands it to you.
It's money, right? He's not gonna say no.
He's not going to say no to that. You're not leaving the tavern. You're technically going to your room. I mean, it's room service.
I'll speed run in my room, you know what I'm saying? Less walking, more drinking.
I'm not gonna lie, I had the same damn idea. I was gonna be like, take the drinks to go.
See, also be a woman of culture.
Yeah, if anyone
Same
wants to take
here.
some drinks to their room, they are more than welcome to.
I think
Yeah.
Pearl would have to ask for a pot of tea
Okay. And
with honey on the side.
he very happily makes you a pot of tea with a small cup of honey on the side. But with that,
I do want to do one other thing.
okay.
What's the normal cost of a bottle of wine?
The red wine that you were drinking is about 3 silver pieces.
Okay. I'm going to put 3 gold on the counter for him
Mm-hmm.
in addition to the other 3 gold. And I'm going to just grab the bottle of wine and I'm going to say, it was a very quiet night tonight. No one very remarkable came in.
Same faces as usual.
Exactly.
And you got
Thank
you and your friends gonna want breakfast in the morning.
For sure. Definitely. Thanks, Bryant. You're a doll.
He just gives you another salute. Have a good night, Ensign.
And she goes upstairs.
And the night passes without an instant, or without any incident. Some of you asleep in your tavern rooms, others asleep on a prison cot. But as the night rolls on, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break here so we can get up, stretch our legs, freshen our drinks, and all that fun stuff. And
We have a trial to go to.
I would play the People's Court music, but we would get DMCA'd.
It's just the drunk tank. They'll let me out in the morning.
But yeah, so we are going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we will be right back.
Okay.
Alrighty,
Hence
we
the
are
bullets.
back. So,
Breakfast.
I think he's fighting the music.
as
Oh.
what?
Thought I heard a child scream.
Oh, you did
I
hear a
realized it
child
was
scream.
playing.
It was, yeah, it was. No, it's not your kid. It's Sirenscape. So, as the sun rises on another beautiful day, another beautiful summer day on the Tricorn Isles, all of you awaken, well refreshed, maybe a little hungover, but not too bad, as you slowly begin to stir the smell of a wonderful breakfast begins to creep through your doors. Promise of a new day set about you. This the year 10 AC. As the rest of the world would know it as after continuance, you know it as after contact. 10 years after the Ravon Trading Company first broke through the storms and made contact with the peoples of the outside world, giving most residents of the Tricorn a bit of hope that they're not the only ones remaining in the world. And maybe someday soon, they too will be able to pierce the storm's veil and leave what some consider to be paradise, others a tropical prison. But it's about 9 o'clock in the morning in the port city of Tidelight, the largest port city in the Tricorn and the central hub for most of its commerce. The majority of you have either called this place home your entire life or have come to recently call it home. A bit of a history has been sown here by you and your families. And as you wake up on this beautiful day, you all hear a small thud on your door. Not a knock, but as if something has just been placed on the wooden frame. Not the wooden frame, but the wooden door itself.
I listen for a moment before opening the door.
And after the thud, there seems to be a pair of feet, or just some footsteps walking away from your door. Not waiting to see if you answer or anything like that.
I'm gonna slip out and try to get eyes on who left it, whatever at the door.
And as you are you trying to sneak this, or are you just like opening it and just like blatantly looking at them?
No, I'm sneaking.
Sneaking. So you open your door just a crack and you peer out and you see another ensign walking by with like a stack of flyers in his hands, and he's seemingly just like nailing these flyers to each door.
Okay, I look at the flyer.
At the flyer, it's got, as you look at it, there's a artist rendition of the destroyed metalworks warehouse. And it says there's a call for anybody with information to come forward, offering a cash reward for information that leads to arrests in the explosion Well, not the explosion, but the terrorist act itself. And underneath that, you see a sketch of Shara.
Fuck.
And it says potential potential counterfeit
suspect.
potential counterfeiteer. Any information of the Hakarl known as Shara, please report directly to the Tidelight Guard barracks. Looking for character witnesses, suspect information on other wrongdoings. Public defender is looking to build a case before her trial.
Is this all like part of like basically one poster with the so Char is tied into this whole thing about the warehouse and everything?
No,
it's not just a separate, like a nice line and a separate thing about the counterfeiting.
It's like it's separated. It's like they've made it to where it's separated and they haven't really connected her to the explosion. It's more she was found with counterfeit coin on herself.
Okay.
I just start making notes in a notebook and trying to make some plans. And I'm leaning in the hallway, just kind of with a pissed off expression on my face, furiously writing in this journal.
At one point, because of the banging, wakes me up. I get a little pissed off because I'm like, that's not how I want to wake up. She opens the door. She's like, I didn't ask for rooms. Oh. And then starts walking downstairs.
At that point, Cannonball would slam his door open and say, "What's all the yelling about, matey?"
Flyer.
And yeah, the ensign is like halfway like through posting the flyer on your door, and he just points over. It's like, sorry if I woke you, sir. My orders were to make sure that these were handed out post haste.
I really got enough hammering in me head, matey. I don't need ye adding to it.
If you don't like it, sir, feel free to take it up with the Admiral.
Are your
Maybe I'll do just that. Next time, slide it under the door, will you?
Are your orders directly from the Admiral, or?
They came down from the Admiral, ma'am, but no, the my acting officer was the one who directly ordered me.
Right. Who's his name again?
It's Lieutenant Commander Briggs.
Briggs, that's right. I remember. Okay, thank you. Well, good luck. I will definitely bring you information if I hear anything.
So as he's like kind of like bids the both of you farewell, he begins to like hammer them on the remainder of the doors before leaving the tavern.
Pearl comes out of her room. How high on the door would this thing be posted?
For an average sized human, about eye level.
Okay. So Pearl's going to jump up and down trying to read the poster. And then realize that other people are out in the hall and look to them to tell her what's on it.
Cannonball will just rip the poster, or like pull off the poster that was nailed to his door, if the guy even got around to finishing nailing it.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna just angrily just tear it off the door and just hand it to Pearl and just go back in our room and slam the door.
All right. I'm trying to decide on what approach I want to handle this from.
Pearl reads it, starts sort of softly banging her head against her door jamb, and folds it up and puts it in a pocket and heads down for breakfast.
I think Rory goes back into the room to change again and is going to decide on let's try the diplomatic approach that way she's not completely burned in this city. So she comes out dressed in like an upper, more of like an upper middle class outfit, but she dresses it up a little bit with some really good fake jewelry, trying to make herself look like a family member of a high-ranking guildsman, someone who has money.
Someone
in
who
the
has
town.
money. Are
Yeah.
you specifically trying to impersonate someone of a known family, or
Yes.
okay? Which family are you looking to impersonate here?
Probably a family that I have some prior like knowledge or research on of one of the guilds, that I know has like a basically it might have been one of my aliases that I've used before, my Marie, where she's a guild master's estranged daughter.
Okay. Which guild master are you estranged from? Like, what is their main import?
I mean, I don't know if it like is there like I don't know if it would be like high enough if I should say a guild master or someone just below that who works for them. Like I'm not sure of like the strata of that.
If you're looking to be somebody like in high society, it would most definitely be a guild master.
Okay. It would be a guild master of someone who's not their base is not on this island. Their base is on one of the other islands that I've worked on.
Got you. Okay. Go ahead and give me their main source of production, this guild. Like what do they
feel like-
focus in?
Something to do with like the island that has the active volcano. Like they do something with the volcanic like minerals. Like they're a guild that kind of, because you know how in areas where there's like volcanic activity, there's a lot of like rich minerals that kind of
Yep.
get brought up from the earth.
Mhm.
So they do sort of like mining or something.
Okay, do you have a last name for Marie, or is it just Marie?
Lavalette.
Lavalette? Can you spell that?
Yeah.
Because I can't.
Lavallet. If all that's cool with you.
Yes. So your father's name is Richter Lavalette, and he is the guild master of the Lavalette Mining Concern.
Okay.
They are stationed in Echo Bay.
Okay.
So as you are putting on your Marie clothing, the just this wonderful smell of like baked of just like boar bacon and heavy cream and salmon and eggs and everything just starts flooding the tavern. As those of you who have come down for breakfast see various spread amongst you, these small like bread baguettes that have had the center cut out of them, and it's got smoked salmon and dill and like cream and goat cheese inside the middle of it. And then there's just this very heavy gravy that's seasoned with black pepper and has chunks of bacon from like the island boars to be used as like a biscuits and gravy. There's a breakfast, a salmon breakfast casserole as well, with cream cheese and black pepper with large chunks of salmon mixed into all of it. A very hearty seafood breakfast. Something that's a bit of a cultural thing here in Tidelight, as a lot of fishing concerns are housed in this city.
So when I come down, I'm in this like dress that's more like what like Keira Knightley would wear in Pirates of the Caribbean, like her class, like that kind of like tight, tiny waisted thing, with a dress with a few layers on it and a little purse and her fake jewelry on her and some like makeup to make her lips look a little bit more pouty and like smaller but pouty and like blushed. And she's got her hair, she's got like a sort of like a bonnet or shaded hat on. And her hair is nice and she looks clean. And she comes down like looking very prim and sits down at the table.
The table that some of us are eating at already?
She will sit at a different table.
Oh,
across
okay.
from you. Nearby, but across from you.
And Bryant comes down. He's asked each of you, he's told you that for the breakfast you are able to serve yourselves. If there's any sort of specialty drinks you would like, just let him know and he could get those prepared for you. But there is what's sangria?
Yeah.
I was gonna say there's complimentary milk and OJ for anybody who wishes it, but he can get you sangria.
Mimosa o'clock.
What's that? Mimosa o'clock. He can fix you up a mimosa.
She ain't against it.
I think
Definitely food. Lots of food.
I'm guessing Bryant and I have an understanding that I've used this tavern before because I don't seem to like.
And like anytime he's called you ensign, it's kind of like teasing. He knows you're not an ensign, and he knows that you do a bit of work on like the underside of things, but he's with an understanding with you. He's almost a friend.
Cool. And I think he probably, like, when I first met him, I was using my ensign disguise. Maybe that's why, like...
Yeah, like the first time you came around, you were in that ensign getup.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, he won't be surprised by me in that getup. And if Shara was there, she would recognize it because I've used it before with her.
Yeah, but Shara's somewhere else right now.
Shara is somewhere else. Good morning. How are you all doing today?
Are you saying that to Bryant, or are you saying that to the rest of the group?
To the group.
Okay.
Yeah. Good morning.
I'm
Lovely
sorry,
day.
what?
Lovely day, isn't it?
Sure. I haven't gone outside yet.
Yes. Quite a nice day to break out one's friends.
At this point, Cannonball's gonna come down a little late here. Head for the table and the food, and seeing Rory dressed the way she's dressed right now, he'll kind of look at her for a sec and go, "Breathing's important, matey," and then just get back to food.
It's a practiced outfit.
So we would still be able to recognize Rory?
You're close enough, and you're smart enough to put it together.
Yeah, if you're close enough and you stare a little bit, you can. Yeah, you definitely know it's Rory.
So I'm not using magic.
I think that Pearl probably would, have helped herself to breakfast, have found a spot with her back to the wall, kind of a quiet corner. So if she was said good morning to, she would acknowledge, but I don't think she'd be overly friendly. She'd just be sitting to kind of see what was going on and what was happening with everything.
Is there anyone else here at this moment?
No, it seems that everybody else is either still asleep or has already cleared out.
Okay.
Well, was not Jenka downstairs having breakfast?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah.
any of the people that were asleep at the tables last night and everything, all the NPCs, they're gone.
He meant outside of our group.
Oh, okay.
Then I
A
will.
figment of your imagination, bro.
Any sign of the bunny?
I don't know.
Muted.
Is there a
I
sign of
can't
the
hear
bunny?
the bunny.
I'm a
down.
very quiet bunny. Muir kind of, with all the banging and everything, mostly wakes up and comes down, and does not look at all awake. One ear's not up straight at the moment. Just sort of looking a little disheveled. Looks around. Food?
Brian,
Smell of food.
Brian's like, oh yes, help yourself, grab a plate. And he kind of points over to like the hot trays and everything near the back of the tavern.
And Muir just sort of shovels food and any bread available onto it and just wanders to a corner.
At our table or your own corner?
The nearest corner.
Confuse the bunny and say he's in the center of the room.
Given how awake the bunny is that.
so
Why
So-
was there banging?
Rory stands up and like pushes the flyer to the center of their table.
I saw.
Why?
And you see that picture of Shar with just this giant grin on her face.
That's not the shark picture I sent.
No,
So
because
how much do you think we
No.
can get if we give in more information?
What did I literally tell you last night?
I listened. I don't know what you're talking about.
I already forgot. Shh. No talking. Trust me, you don't want to go on the other side of my group. It's not pretty.
Are you talking to me, matey?
Okay.
Yes, of course. Staring. Oh God, right here, over here. Eyes. Anyway, I'm gonna try to get her out. Just wanted to put that out there in case any of you had some ridiculous ideas of breaking in.
Why would I?
I don't know. Some people just. I don't know how close you all are with her. I've worked with her before.
Not
and
at all.
she did to me, so I'm gonna go get her.
I ain't
Going to
paid,
miss
matey. I
Dave's
ain't
pay
moving.
at the dock.
I
Very
did
well.
have an interesting idea, though. Depending on how clever we play it.
Mm-hmm.
The information at the top. The warehouse. The bodies are still at the bottom of the ocean. Just mentioned that there was a scuffle and we heard people running that way. Maybe heard a big splash, who knows? Check the water, see the bodies.
the rolling 20s. Thank you for that
Alright.
raid.
We don't.
For me, I don't even want anybody to know that I was anywhere near any of that. I didn't hear anything, I didn't see anything, and I don't know anything.
Smart.
I think that'd be the proper approach.
I was just saying if we wanted to somehow put together a story to get some more money out of it. I didn't say we should do it. I was just saying if we wanted to. It's just a suggestion.
It is unwise, but
I'm not awake enough for plans.
I'm not going to feel that generous into breaking all of you out. Let me just put that out there right now. This is
I'm just working up enough nerve to decide when I want to go back to the family house and see how upset my grandfather is.
Yeah, have fun with that.
I'd be slightly more interested in a highly depopulated ship in the Arbor right about now.
Was curious about that. But first, Shara. Hey, you look... Who's strong? Jenka. Could you just tighten this a little bit more? I couldn't quite get it to the right. And she kind of hands the strings of her corset over to you.
That's funny because my child watches the Minions, and I'm just thinking of the scene where she's like, "Tighter, scene stars, can't feel my legs, tie it."
Just need a little, you know.
Over here, I'll tie it.
Hard to do it yourself when I tie it to the door and then I lean forward, but it doesn't, it's not quite the same. These are meant to be put on by other people.
Mid-sentence.
That's good.
Enough.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll adjust.
So, as you are all getting ready, I have a question for each one of you. When it comes to your money, do you save any of it? And if so, what's the percentage that you normally save for like a rainy day? Go ahead and start with let's go ahead and start with the shark here. Does Shara save any of her coin?
I'm gonna say no. She does give a decent portion of it to her parents just to help cover the cost of living.
Mhm.
But outside of that, if she's got money in her pocket, she is not opposed to spending it.
Okay. So like a paycheck to paycheck sort of thing?
Yeah.
Gotcha. What about Rory?
Rory has, well, she has an apartment, so she has to pay for that. And in addition to that, she has a network that she has to keep fed. So, because she's constantly trying to grow that network. So she's got like a few street kids that she pays. You know, she's pretty generous at a certain broker that she goes to, this certain innkeeper. Like, so she's basically makes sure that her secrets stay secret. And she has her network to keep, you know, to bring her information, also keep information. So at the end, I think maybe she would save for herself. I don't even know what a percentage would be left, but like something to keep her going. And then for a rainy day, I guess like 20%.
20%, okay. What about Battle Bunny? Muir, you save any of your...
Muir would be incredibly frugal. Basically, if there's food offered, it's easier to take that than pay for it. If there's shelter offered, that's a better option than having to pay for it. Basically, every amount of coin possible, just hiding away.
Gotcha. So like an 80% sort of thing here?
Yeah, if anything that I don't have to spend, I won't.
Gotcha. What about Pearl?
I was thinking about that. So Pearl, I believe, would be under the employ of her grandfather's company. So she would have a steady income. She would be spending a lot of her time at sea. So her expenses there wouldn't be much. She's not much of a drinker. And she's not a particularly snappy dresser. So she wouldn't have a lot of expenses. So she probably would save most of the money she got. I suspect she probably wouldn't have been paid that well by her grandfather. It would be adequate to keep her going, but it wouldn't be extra. Her grandfather's a sharp businessman, so there wouldn't be a lot of extra money. But she knows she will never inherit the family business. So she knows she will have to make her own way at some point. So she's kind of saving in a nebulous way as much as possible. So getting something like 4 platinum and 12 gold is quite a windfall for her. And she would be, pretty frugal with that. And I would say she, living expenses, and she would save the rest. She doesn't mind going to taverns, but and if something looked like sport, she might bet on a fight or something. Um, she's not particularly chummy with any of the dock workers or dock hands or anything. She's kind of a level above that, so she would be possibly hanging out with different people. So there might be some nice dinners, some nice meals. Sometimes she might have to
Company
uh,
expenses sort of thing.
company expenses that may or may not be covered, depending. She's trying to make her way at this point, and she's at a bit of a loss now with her mentor having recently gone missing. So this is a very transitional time for her.
So like percentage wise, how much would you say of her money is currently in savings?
Probably 80% or better.
80%. Okay. Cannonball.
So you're talking to the guy who literally goes around taverns getting people to buy him drinks and meals in exchange for stories. So I mean, that already tells you as to where he likes to spend his money, and it's definitely not on anything if he can avoid it. We do have a house though, so there is probably taxes, city taxes and such to pay on that, not to lose it. I would assume that's probably a good 20% of his income at the very least that he'd have to spend on that if we're being realistic about it. Which leaves us 80 to play with. He'd probably squirrel away 40 and probably reinvest 40.
Okay. So 40% saved, but you've got another 40. Like, what have you invested the other 40% into?
So here's the fun thing, right? Cannonball is not the sharpest tool in the shed, as you might have noticed at this point. So he's not going to be doing any investments in anything volatile. It would probably be more on some very slow growth stuff that people are always going to need, so probably more trading that has to do with food, alcohol,
Okay.
probably munitions. Again, stuff that people are never going to stop really using as far as he's concerned.
I mean, that's good investment right there.
Yeah, well, you're not making a fortune off of it, but
you're not, but it's still, stable money.
You're not losing your investment.
Exactly.
Kind of
Jenka, what's your savings looking like?
Funny enough, for the most part, she tends to keep all of her money in savings unless she knows she's going out to do something that would require money. So, pocket change for, food and maybe some materials here and there. If she knows she's going out to find some information, she carries a little extra for potential bribes for the information and whatnot. Otherwise, if she knows that nothing like that's really going to happen, it's just a bit of pocket change for the day, and she keeps the rest. She's a bit frugal when it comes to money, as far as sure, she splurges a little bit for drinks, but she doesn't go ham every single night because she knows she needs that for potential big purchases, whether again that's information or something that she needs that's gonna be dire. So yeah, so she's pretty much keeps the most of her money in savings unless she needs to pull out for whatever situation.
So what would you say the percentage wise would be?
That's in her savings?
Yeah.
I would say probably about 90%.
90%.
Yeah.
Okay. So most of you are dock workers or sailors. Save for... Oh, even Pearl is a sailor. So, and then Rory is whatever Rory needs to be. But Rory also has connections. So I will say that in your savings currently right now, Rory, you've got about 200 gold worth of your own savings. This is after everything that you normally have to pay off is paid off. You like right now you've got about 200 like sitting in a nice little nest egg. Though you do know if like you ever needed to requisition any sort of money or advance or anything, you could contact the Silver Tongue. Being a member in decent standing at the moment, you should be able to at least get some sort of loan handed out to you.
Would you
Jenka,
say that I would keep that money like in like are there like banks or anything like that, or like
there is a central bank here in Tidelight that you could have your money held in if you'd like, or if not, you can have it hidden somewhere in your house. Or
Oh, I have it hidden. I don't put that in a bank.
Okay. I just want to keep it I'm going to keep it separate from my normal inventory.
Jenka.
Mm.
Jenka, with all of your work that you've done, going out to sea or working the docks or doing whatever you can, you've got about a good 1,200 gold nest egg right now, sitting there waiting for you.
I'm sorry, that Rory had 200?
200, yes. Cannonball, you got about a good 300 gold in your savings, but in your investments, if you were to cash them out at this point in time, they would net you another 400. Pearl, even though you technically don't, or you're not able to fully dip into the family purse, you still have put in a lot of hard work. And with the savings and stuff that you've done, you've probably got a good 1,000 gold sitting in your nest egg at the moment. And the same goes for Mirror. Being as frugal and looking for anything free that you can, you've been able to save up about 1,000 gold to be used for whatever you need. Now, with that information given out, we cut over to the Tidelight Barracks, where a certain Carl is getting a very rude awakening as a pail of ice cold water is thrown on your face.
Rude.
Snapping you out of whatever pleasant dream you may have just had. On the other side of the cell sits a middle-aged man. Soft, ashen hair hanging down to about his shoulders, tied up in a tight ponytail. Skin very, very tan, very sun-kissed. That like looks to be somebody who doesn't necessarily stay inside a lot. A sailor. Dressed in very fine royal blue and white regalia. You notice that along the collar of his the collar of his jacket, you notice sort of military ranking. Leaning back in a chair he seems to have grabbed out of the hallway, a notebook in front of him. Now that we're awake, I have some questions for you.
You couldn't have just shaken me. You had to douse me.
We tried shaking you. You turned over and told us to give you 5 minutes.
So you could have given me 5 minutes.
That's 5 minutes less for your defense. Now, Miss Shara, am I saying that right?
Yeah, that's right. Who are you exactly? What's with the get up? You some sort of higher up?
I am Lieutenant Commander Tyson Briggs.
Oh shit.
Indeed.
Uh,
You were initially arrested last night for drunk and disorderly. Typical
I was just
evening
bar hopping.
shenanigans. Of course, if that was just what you were brought in for, we would have had you sleep it off and you would have been free to go. But it seems that while you were being escorted here, two of my ensigns found. He holds up the now right side up metalworks bag. And he kind of jingles it. It's full of the counterfeit gold. They found this on you. Two questions come to mind. One, what are you doing with counterfeit gold coins? And two, what are you doing with a suede bag from Metalworks? And three, did you have anything to do with last night's explosion?
Explosion? What explosion?
You can't expect me to believe that you don't know what I'm talking about. The warehouse explosion, the thing that rocked the entire dock ward, and your camera is frozen. There we go. There you
He
go.
did warn that his
Yeah.
internet's a little spotty.
Okay.
Is it working
Yeah, it's working now.
So far.
so far? So yeah, when he mentions the explosion, she's just gonna not convincingly at all, just be like, what explosion?
So you're telling me you don't know that there was an explosion last night? Even though my ensigns told you 4 times in all 4 of the taverns they kicked you out of that there was a curfew imposed due to an explosion at one of the warehouses.
Oh, that explosion.
Yes, that explosion.
I remember now. It was a long night of drinking. It's all a bit hazy.
It's impressive on how much ground you covered and how you were able to stay ahead of my men to get those drinks.
I was really thirsty.
Apparently, you were also very drunk. But again, I'm not here to judge you on being drunk. Everyone enjoys a good drink here and there. My main concern is, again, he jingles the bag of counterfeit gold. These.
Well, I'm sure I explained that to your subordinates last night, right?
They mentioned something of you slurring that somebody paid you this.
Oh, is that what I said?
You didn't give a name, you just called them a son of a bitch and said they paid you in counterfeit gold.
Right, because I thought I just made 20 something gold, right? But now they're telling me that it's not real.
It is, and he holds up a coin. He shows it to you, and now on clear inspection, the coins themselves are way too thick. And the last time you checked, none of the gold coins in the tricorn are embossed with a smiley face.
Well, I probably should have looked at those a little closer.
Indeed, you
I
have.
mean, they just, like, they held out a bag of money. Job well done. I'm on my way to the tavern type of thing, right? You understand.
And that does sound like a plausible reason, or a plausible story, I should say. Do you happen to have the name of the individual who paid you this gold? Or who they worked for? You're a dock worker, so I would assume it's somebody down there.
Yeah, it was just some, manual labor type of stuff, moving boxes around. We don't really give names. I can tell you what they looked like, if that helps.
Sure, describe them for me.
Yeah. They were a human, about 5'8", short brown hair, tan skin, little bit of a beard. Heavy, like,
He kind of like just sets
Stockman's coat.
he kind of like sets the pen down on the notepad. You are quite literally describing almost every human man on the dock.
Well, I'm so much taller than looking down. A lot of them just kind of
I understand.
look like humans.
So you're telling me that this completely nondescript average human paid you 25 fake gold coins, and that's how you got them, and they paid you with this bag?
That is a thing that I just said.
Can you give me a
Lost track of how
deception
many
roll?
times Rogen has face palmed at
Can
this
you
point.
can you give me a deception roll? Yeah, it's just like that shovel is just digging deeper and deeper.
Just every time Sharon talks, I see Rogen just go.
I had some plans, and this is just making it more and more complicated.
Yep.
14.
14. I don't know, Shara. I'm finding it kind of hard to believe. Now, I don't want to make accusations here. I'm not one to make accusations. I am a man of justice. Justice demands proof, demands evidence. There are accusations being thrown at you that you were at the explosion last night. The bag here sort of tying you to having access to the metalworks. Are you a metalworks employee?
Not really. I mean, I've done a little bit of work for them here and there, but I'm not, like, officially employed by them.
So you wouldn't have had access to their warehouse?
Not last night, no.
And you said that the human who gave you these coins paid you in this bag specifically.
I did say that, I think. So, hey, listen, like, hypothetical here. If somebody was at that warehouse, but, like, they saw a bunch of shit go down, and then after the people that caused the shit left, that person went in and was, gonna help themselves, how bad would that be?
Hypothetically?
Oh, come on, Discord.
Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you now. Well, hypothetically, if this were to happen and they were to go in and say help themselves, It would all depend on what they came out with.
What if they stole fake gold?
Are you telling me that there was fake gold in the warehouse? And as he asks that, Rory enters the building. You're muted.
I was like, great, thank you for ruining all of my plans.
And
But she doesn't-
anybody else who wishes to accompany Rory may be there as well.
no
Only
way.
upon request if need be.
Sure, I could tag along, I guess.
Depends if she needs a fuzzy guard or not.
And okay.
Pearl would only be there if she had been specifically sort of asked, ordered, voluntold to go.
Gotcha.
Yeah, if I'm getting paid, I'll go.
And I would like to amend my alias a little bit, because as I was thinking about it, I was like, I don't know if I could pull off, like, because people might know direct family members, so it might be someone who works for his daughter, like
You're like a family member, like twice removed or something.
a cousin
Yeah.
who works closely with his daughter, but like,
Okay.
yeah, I think that might be a little bit more reasonable for a grifter to pull off. So, just a little amendment there.
A little bit
that I-
easier than trying to pull off the first daughter or whatever. But yeah,
yeah, and because my
understand.
clothes aren't as fine as they would need to be. So,
And
so
that-
yeah, I'm like a cousin who works for the family.
And as you walk in, you hear Lieutenant Commander Briggs ask Shara, so you went into the warehouse and you're saying you stole fake gold? And he kind of looks over.
Monsieur, please.
Don't go anywhere. He kind of just smirks at you as he stands up and he straightens his jacket.
Low
Yes, ma'am.
blow, man.
I found this flyer. It has Shara on it. Do you have her back there?
You know Shara.
Yes. She is in my employ currently.
She's in your employ. So
Yes.
you're the one who paid her.
Well, I pay her, but I don't know what. It's not exactly a straight exchange. She is just currently in my employ.
Well, your employee here is facing some serious charges. As he kind of jingles the bag in front of you,
What
You
is
would-
this?
she was found with
Your head charges. You tell me now.
25 pieces of counterfeit gold.
Let me see this, please.
He shows you the coin, and like you look at it, and just in your mind, you're screaming with how stupid these coins look and how stupid those pirates were to try to rip off somebody with something obviously fake.
Mm-hmm. I've never seen this. Where did she say she found this?
Well, she originally told us, or told me, that a nondescript human paid her in this bag of coin yesterday for dock work. But as I got further into my inquiry,
It's a lie. Clearly.
clearly, she asked a hypothetical question as to what sort of punishment somebody would be looking into if they were to, say, go into a warehouse that recently had exploded after those who had done it had left and stole the counterfeit gold. I was asking for clarification about this hypothetical story when then
Was this the gold? What is their name again? What's her family's name again? Gold. I need to look at my notes.
Goldspar?
Gold Spar. Okay.
yes, the gold spar metalworks, yes.
There was an explosion there last night, yes?
Rather large one, yes. It shook the dock district. If you were, I don't know if you were in the area, but it sort of jostled a good portion of us.
You see, we had business with a Pearl, one of the family members there. We heard about the explosion, and I sent my servant here, well, my employee. She normally doesn't do this sort of thing, but I've hired her to show me around. I'm new to the island. But I sent her ahead after hearing of the explosion to see what happened, as we were supposed to have a meeting with Pearl in the morning.
Can you give me a deception roll?
Yeah.
Telling the bard to do it. Deception. This is
I'm rolling with advantage because of my actor feat, and I'm mimicking somebody
Okay.
that conned before.
Yep.
'Cause she's one of my aliases. And so that is going to be deception. $27. I rolled an 18 or 19 on the die.
Okay. I thought he got good with a dirty 20, but I guess not. So you see like the wheels turning in his head and putting the hypothetical story together with what you told him. So you're saying
She
that
picked up something off the ground there.
that's what I would like to get to the bottom to. But what you're saying is you sent her there to look for this pearl after the explosion happened.
Well, just to see what happened, and I wanted to make sure that our contact wasn't compromised or hurt, to make sure that things were going to be going smoothly in the morning.
Okay.
I was concerned, but once we saw I heard the guards were putting a quarantine down, and I tried to find her, send a man for her, but I fear she might have gone to the taverns. She has a bit of a drinking problem.
That's where my men found her. We imposed a curfew last night. And, well, she decided that it needed to be a race, and they caught her at 4 different taverns.
That does sound like her. She's got a terrible problem.
And if it was just that, it would have been just a slap on the wrist, sleep it off, catch and release type of thing. But when we're dealing with counterfeit gold here, we have to normally take a harder stance. But if you would accompany me back to the cells, maybe we give her one last chance to explain herself.
Certainly.
Go from there. He walks back with Rory, and he sits down. Shara, I'm going to give you one last chance to tell me what happened. Your employer here has given me a story, and I wish for you to corroborate it.
I know that our family told you to keep our secrets, but it's okay. The dealings we had with the warehouse owner's family, you know the one I'm talking about, the girl, the little one.
The one from what was her name?
Okay, he kind of like raises his hand. I want to hear it from her. If it's all the same.
I'm allowing her to say it. I was just giving. She was under some strict confidentiality clauses, so, and the drinking might have addled her brain, but
I understand, but in these sorts of investigations, we like to hear it from the suspect's mouth. So please, Will.
Did I hear any of Rory's explanation?
Give me a perception roll.
16.
Yeah, it was loud enough, and the voices carried enough to where you heard Rory's explanation to the lieutenant commander. Sorry, the lieutenant commander.
She gets a fan and just fans herself.
So, like, telling him this stuff is not gonna affect my future employment opportunities, is it?
Just give him the bare minimum, darling. You don't need to give him too much more than that. I don't think. He wouldn't want to interfere with guild business, now would he?
I wouldn't think so. So we were like together, and we heard the explosion, and she sent me off to check to make sure that everything was gonna be, fine, like nobody's dying or anything. We had an appointment today, I think it was, with Pearl,
Hmm.
right? And you know, then things exploded like the night before, so we were in the area ish. I went ahead. Things looked fine, and then I went drinking.
And how do you explain the counterfeit gold?
Just tell him, darling.
I
You made a mistake.
stole it
From where?
because it was in the rubble.
So you took it from the warehouse.
Or
Open information helps your investigation.
No,
Lieutenant.
this opens so many other doors. He leans back. Richards, go get that Pearl that they're talking about. Discussion with her. Get their
Spiraling. Oh no.
get their what do they call it? Get their lawyer as well, or the head of the family, or whatever.
Excuse me.
We
May
have
I?
something
excuse
we
me.
need to go over.
Lieutenant, excuse me.
Lieutenant Commander.
Lieutenant Commander, my apologies. What a fine rank. You must have worked very hard to reach it. I'm sure I'd love to hear about some of your exploits.
Give me a persuasion roll here,
Okay.
as you're like trying to charm this guy.
Okay, not as great as I usually do, but persuasion. 20, dirty 20.
See, he kind of gets a bit of a smile on his face, and he rubs the back of his head a little. He's like, "Yeah, I have put in a lot of work."
I can tell. Now, you see, my dealings with Pearl is really just lady to lady. We're we're trying to branch out a little bit in our businesses, and it's a bit of an experimental business arrangement, if you know what I mean. So,
I completely understand. I'm not trying to expose Miss Pearl or anything like that. My concern is your employee found counterfeit gold in their warehouse, and
I wouldn't
that is
anything
going
to
to open up an entire investigation against that family. As if they were dealing in counterfeit gold in any way, we're going to have to go through their books. We're going to have to like audit them. We're going to have to make sure that they are in the up and up, and this is just a simple misunderstanding.
do
I'm
what you
only
do.
asking Miss Pearl down here to cooperate your story. I need to speak to a family representative about the accusations of counterfeit gold being found in their warehouse.
That's fine. If you would just please separate those
Oh,
things.
of course.
Pearl brought separately from the lawyer. She doesn't want to be linked to.
No, since the two of you had no dealings at the warehouse, there's no reason to combine the two of you. So I'm just trying to
sure you
knock
would have
down as
found-
many leads as possible before I bring these to the magistrates.
Of course. And I'm sure you would have found some more of this. With the way she found some, there's probably more. So I'm sure once you've brushed away the rubble, you would find more of this counterfeit gold in the
The
explosion.
investigators
For you to
are
be investigating it on your own,
the
correct?
investigators are already on site cataloging everything that was in that warehouse. I should have the missives by the end of the day.
There you go.
Now,
So feel free to bring in Pearl, but please keep the lawyer thing separate.
oh, of course, of course. Now, your employee here is going to need to remain behind bars until we can get
Oh,
the
surely that's not necessary. I
um,
mean, she's
well,
been
if you
cooperating
were
the whole time and was just under orders by a guild.
if you were willing to post their bond, we can release them under your supervision.
Wonderful. How much?
Um, go to the front. I need to look at this one's file. And he kind of leads you up front. He steps behind the ensign at the front desk and pulls up a small notebook that has Shara's name on it. He just begins to flip through pages and it's like, this is just a bunch of drunken disorderlies and bar fights. Nothing too bad. Let's say 300 gold.
I'm sorry, did you say 300?
300 gold, yes. 300 gold bond.
That's a lot of fucking gold.
Mm,
Indeed it is, but if your employer wishes you to be released, that's what's going to need to be paid.
So after Pearl comes and collaborates the story. I mean, this really interferes with my busy schedule, but
I apologize for that, but the law is the law. Blackwater D&D, thank you for that raid.
Hey, readers.
Oh, damn. Hi.
I guess we can wait a little longer. I'll have to move some things around, but very well.
Yeah, I don't mind waiting in the drunk tank for like a day or two if it means I don't have to work off 300 gold.
Do you mind if I come back, though? I mean, I would love to
Oh.
just take care of a few errands while we wait.
Of course, miss.
Wonderful.
I don't believe that would be very long. The last time we had a report on Miss Pearl's whereabouts, she was over at the Wyvern's Bounty.
Oh, that's odd. Okay.
Everyone likes a little drink here. Bounty does have some of the best food.
Did I overhear at all of where you were going to be going this morning? Did you mention it to anybody, or did you keep it to yourself? Pearl.
I had not actually said anything about where I was going. Because you weren't at the same table, and
I was kind of bouncing around, but
yeah,
I started on a separate table, but then realized no one was around for my ruse, so I just leaned in.
yeah. Muir was not awake enough to talk. I none of these seem to be morning people. So I probably just would have been quietly having breakfast and wouldn't have said much to anybody. And she in actual fact, I think she's very much mulling around like what to do now. Like she's really she was hoping to find out that you know things would be settled before she ended up going back and sort of to see what state the family's in with this warehouse being blown up.
Okay, so you're hanging out there.
I would
Oh.
still be at the tavern. It sounded like a really good breakfast.
How far away is the tavern from here?
Not too far. The barracks is basically located in the dock area or in the dock ward because, well, that's where a lot of their fights and drunken shenanigans are going to happen. So best have a centralized guild house there or guardhouse.
Okay. I'm gonna step outside, and I see Cannonball there, I kind of nod at him.
Cannonball nod back.
I'll kind of whisper, I think everything's gonna be okay. I'm gonna look over in the direction of the tavern. I'm gonna start walking briskly in that direction, and once I get within 120 feet, let me know.
Okay. So I'm gonna say while this is going on, Pearl, another ensign walks into the tavern itself and directly towards you. Like, excuse me, Miss Pearl, if you would be so kind to accompany me to the guardhouse. Lieutenant Commander Briggs has a couple questions for you about a business partner of yours.
Oh, did he happen to mention the business partner's name?
No, they mentioned you by name. They just something that they need to corroborate on a story about her employee, the Hikaru Shara.
Oh, um, oh, okay. I might know who that was. I thought perhaps it might be someone from another port or something. I'm just sort of back recently from um a trip. I'm still a little bit disoriented and everything, and was really just enjoying a rest. Do you want to sit down? The breakfast is fabulous. Would you like to have a cup of tea with me, perhaps first?
I wish I could, ma'am. I love the food here, but I am unfortunately on duty, and the lieutenant commander is a stickler for his orders. So if you could accompany me, it would make both of our lives that much easier.
Oh, certainly. And Pearl is looking around kind of half desperately to see if there's anybody there that would come with her. She's just not sure what's going on. She kind of all by myself. Did he want anybody else with me?
Just you.
Um. Okay. So she, she'll pick up her staff and walk, and she's short anyway, and it would be small steps, so she's kind of trying to walk slowly and figure out what to do next, so she's
I
not moving fast.
I completely understand. And as you get up to get and you grab your staff and you begin to walk with him out the tavern door, Rory, you are now within 120 feet.
So she's stalling, but not trying not to appear that she's stalling.
Yeah, you're just like intentionally sandbagging him, just like going as slow as you possibly can without really drawing attention.
We don't see her yet, right? Or like
No, she's by the time you get within 120 feet of her, she's still technically inside the tavern.
Okay. So when I'm at 120 feet, I'm going to point in the direction of the tavern, and I'm going to uncoil. So Cannonball will see me kind of uncoil this little wrapper or copper ring that I have around, and it's like copper wire, and I uncoil it and kind of point it in that direction and cast message to Pearl.
Oh no.
And let's see. I don't think I have a limit to message. It's not like it's sending.
And
So
Pearl kind of grabs sort of her
No,
ear and
message
goes,
is whatever.
yeah.
I'm just a moment, and then I'm feeling a little dizzy. My ears ringing.
And I'll just say, Pearl, it's Rory. Don't react. And you can reply if you whisper really quietly, no one will hear you. But this is just in your mind, only you can hear this. And I'm going to relay my story to her. So I'm just going to relay the lie that I am saying and what part I need her to play.
Just the TLDR of it.
Yep.
Okay.
And I ask for confirmation. You cool with that?
Oh, yes. I think I feel better now.
He goes, are you okay, miss?
Yeah. Must have been just too much breakfast, I guess. It was
We've all been there here.
And
Bryant
Rory's
makes
gonna look around.
way too good chowder.
He does.
much better than the rations on.
Oh,
I
indeed.
hate to say it, but on my grandfather's ship, the rations just aren't this good.
Should try military rations. They're not that great.
Okay, so I'll go along with him now.
Okay.
Is
And
there a food vendor nearby? I just want to pick
oh
up.
yeah, there are like fruit carts and everything just like strewn about the street.
So I'm gonna get just like a little cup of like some, like someone's probably has some cut up mixed fruit, right? Little cups of mixed
yeah.
fruit somewhere.
Yeah.
So I'll get I'm gonna have Cannonball help me carry a few, but I get enough for all of the officers that I saw inside the inside that what is it, jailhouse or whatever it
Just
is, or
inside the
military
precinct.
outpost.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna have him help me carry like enough for all of them.
Okay.
And
Like on duty inside the guardhouse, there were like you saw 2 ensigns and then the lieutenant commander.
okay. 2 ensigns, lieutenant commander, and I get one for Shara and myself and Cannonball as well if he wants it.
Okay.
Um,
And
how much is
all of that comes to a silver piece.
okay. Um, so I walk in holding these and kind of start passing them out. You boys, you work so hard. I just want to show, appreciation for all the hard work you do.
I'm gonna have to watch out for your character. I'm just saying that right now.
Do you mind if I give one to Shara? She must be starving.
Give me a perception roll. Not a perception roll, but a persuasion roll.
Okay. 26.
So the lieutenant commander takes it and he gives it like a once over and he nods and he kind of puts it on a tray and slides it through the bars to Shara.
It's about time.
And it's at this point in time that Pearl comes in escorted by the other ensign. Miss Pearl for you, Lieutenant Commander. And he turns and he smiles like, oh, maybe we could put this whole fiasco finally behind us. Pearl, if you would please join us. Kind of leads all of you back to the cell, and you're given the rundown as to what the story is at this point in time. Like, is there any truth to what these 2 individuals are saying about you having sort of side business deal outside of what your grandfather and the rest of the family normally?
Yeah. I think business deal might be slightly a strong word. I'm not trying to compete with my grandfather at all.
Nobody here is making that accusation. I'm just wanted to get confirmation before we let Shara out and dismiss any of the crimes that she's been accused of. Though I do have to warn you. As he holds up the bag of gold, this counterfeit gold is now reported as being found inside the family warehouse that went up in the explosion last night. Now, would you happen to know anything about that? Why there would be counterfeit gold inside your grandfather's warehouse? I'm not accusing, by the way. I'm just reaching out, trying to see if there's anything you can help me out with in regards as to why counterfeit gold was found inside the location.
Well, Lieutenant Commander, I'm sure my grandfather, my grandparents both, are highly respected business people here. I
Indeed.
cannot imagine that, and they have no need to stoop so low as to counterfeit money or be involved in any sort of counterfeiting or illegal enterprise. It would jeopardize the family business. And my grandfather takes such pride in his business and the way that he does everything. I mean, and I think that, really probably most of the people in the town know that he doesn't consider that I should ever even inherit the business. So, he's really got very high scruples. Um, so I don't think it has anything to do with, our family at all.
I mean, does that
So
piece of
uh,
coin even look like their normal work?
but they don't do coin at all.
I'm
That's
just
not
saying,
No,
these things are
and
something
ridiculous.
they do. And I mean, the quality of workmanship is beyond shoddy on this. I mean, my grandfather would be beyond embarrassed.
Right?
and
So
No.
that's
Is
why.
Cannon
What's up?
is Cannonball in the room when all this is happening, or has he been left outside?
You could have went in if you wanted.
You're carrying some of the fruit things. They probably just assume you're with me.
Sure.
So
Um, as you guys are constantly like adding on and on to how shoddy the workmanship of the gold looks, I'm gonna have Cannonball just off comment here. I don't know why ye all got ye panties in a twist over what looks like child's play money.
and he kind of points up to Cannonball. That's exactly what it's modeled after. My son has the exact. He pulls the coin out again. My son has the exact same coins in a toy piggy bank at home, but these are made out of fake gold. And he kind of drops the coin back into the bag, which leads me to believe it's not somebody from your family, Miss Pearl. As you said, your grandfather and the rest of your family are exquisite craftsmen. So they do employ people outside of the family to work the grounds at the warehouses. So maybe one of them may have had a hand in this.
well, all of that would be completely out of my hands. I
Indeed.
do nothing with the warehouse. As you know, I've been going as a ship's purser for his fleet for quite a while now. So
Oh, indeed,
uh,
indeed.
I think the person to ask about the security in the grounds might be my grandfather or one of his higher up employers. But
We do
I can't
have
even. I don't know.
we have an ensign dispatched already to bring in one of your grandfather's representatives, so we can begin a full investigation into the warehouse and the business dealings. I apologize to you, as you are a member of the family, that though it may not impact you as much as it may impact your grandfather, but we are going to have to possibly do a full audit of the warehouse, their shipping manifests, and the employees under the family name.
Matey,
Well,
if I may,
Go ahead.
well, no, but the Cannonball is asking to speak. Matey, if I may,
You may.
could it be potentially that we all be barking up the wrong tree here? Ye said it yourself, this looks like a much more adult version of child's money.
Indeed. And it is a possibility that this is just a misunderstanding, or somebody was playing a prank on somebody, but it's my job to get to the bottom of this.
Well, here be one much more plausible explanation, since all these good peoples here seem to be quite in mine humble opinion of the innocent variety here. Perhaps and mayhaps this be simply a product demonstration for an adult version of that child's game ye be speaking about earlier. And perhaps Lady Pearl's company here was simply there to potentially evaluate said prototype before distributing.
Can you give me a persuasion roll?
Absolutely. We rolled a 19 plus 5, that is what, a 20... Sorry, 19 plus 6, that is a 25.
He kind of like nods and points at you. You have a very sharp mind, sir. Have you ever thought of being a investigator? We can use some people who think outside of the box like you. He kind of writes that down in his notebook. I'll have my investigators look at that angle, find something.
Said old man, but if ye be offering, I'd be glad to lend me services from time to time.
William Cannonball, private detective.
Lieutenant, really, this is. Can we please leave now? You've kept us far too long. Can I take my employee and leave?
I apologize for the inconvenience. And he kind of reaches in and he unlocks a cell for Shara. You are free to go. Just next time, don't take anything from warehouses that doesn't belong to you, even if, especially counterfeit items.
I'll do my best. So I get like my other stuff back, right? Not the coins, obviously, but you took all my shit. So
yeah, Richards will take care of all that up at the front.
Great. And who do I speak to about getting my public apology for plastering my face all over town on these flyers? You know, it's gonna make it real hard to get some work with certain people after that.
Shara, you know this is how we do things.
Yeah, it's kind of shit.
We will issue a retraction post haste.
Publicly.
Of course.
Right.
No.
And like naming me specifically, like, hey, we were wrong.
She's
great.
Same picture, everything.
Suppose that'll do. You're not too bad, Lieutenant. You're not too bad.
Just behave yourself, Shara. I'd much rather see you in here for, being a little too tipsy or getting a little too rough in a fight, and not anything like any hanging offense. As he kind of jingles the coins in the bag again, kind of telling you exactly what was awaiting you. Like your friends didn't get you out of here.
I can promise you the next time I'm in here, it'll just be for drinking or fighting. Or both.
Well, I look forward to seeing you again. Sounds really bad to say, but we know
maybe you should stop by the taverns one night, have a drink with me, maybe a bit of fight with me.
I can't do that. He kind of like
not in
taps
that uniform.
It taps the rank on his uniform. I got to keep up appearances.
Well, maybe you invite me over sometime. Then we have a drink at your house.
And then we fight.
And then we fight.
All right. Sure. And I think
all right, I'm pushing it. I'm pushing it.
I think as Shara is released from what almost could have resulted in a character death episode 1, we are going to go ahead and call it here for tonight, as we close out episode 1 of Tricorn Isles. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in tonight. If this is your first time here, this is not the only show that we do. On Mondays here, we have alternating shows. Now, on one Monday, we have Mass Effect Horizons, which is a 5th edition D&D mod in the Mass Effect universe, which is DM'd by Zorro. On the alternate Mondays, you have us here for Tricorn Isles, which is going to be a high seas / pirate type D&D 5th edition adventure. Tuesday nights we have Destiny Forge Campaign 3, which is technically our longest running show. And this campaign is set in a frozen north like continent where the undead and other horrors stalk the night. On Saturdays we have alternating shows as well. This upcoming Saturday we have another episode of Wayward Wanderers, which is our Pathfinder 2 Extinction Curse campaign run by Azerin. And then on the other Saturday we have Withered Wastes, which is a 5th edition post-apocalyptic desert-like campaign that I run. But for now, we are going to head on out. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we will catch you tomorrow for another episode of Destiny Forged. Until then, have a good one.